Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see you. We have a full house today and an afternoon and evening of celebration. So we want to get this board meeting started so we can honor our students, our staff, and our lovely community. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. And we will go on to 1.2, Pledge of Allegiance, and it will be led by our avid students from Cesar Chavez Middle School, Addie Willer, and Ryan Padilla. Let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Juro fidelidad a la bandera de Estados Unidos.
Wow, fantastic job. Oh, en español. All right.
Una nación bajo Dios indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Wonderful job. All right, we will move on to 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Dr. Wyatt. I do have a modification for the agenda.
All righty, Dr. Funches, you do have an item that needs to be amended?
I do need to amend the personnel report. We are going to pull our vacancies for recreation aid beginning on the bottom of page 53 until page 55, recreation aid vacancies. They are reductions and or abolishments. We are pulling those for further discussion with the board.
Thank you, Dr. Funches. Any other items to be pulled? Okay, I believe it was motioned by Dr. Flores and it was seconded by Vice President Tillman. Is that correct? Yes. All righty. Any other discussion on the agenda as amended? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All righty, agenda is approved as amended. We will move on to 1.4, an inspirational message by Miss Abigail Rosales Medina.
Thank you so much. And first of all, the inspirational message, honestly, is about you. I do want to say I'm really excited to see everyone here. It's been a while since we haven't had a full house with our students, our families, our staff being recognized, and I'm really excited tonight. So my inspirational message is basically being inspired by you all, and I look forward to seeing every single face that's up here that's receiving an award. Thank you so much.
All righty. Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And we're definitely looking forward to honoring our staff and students and our community members. And that is where we are at now at 2.0, special presentations and recognitions, 2.1, Outstanding Achievement Awards. And I'm going to turn this over to our AIC, Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. We are so excited to have a full house here tonight and really looking forward to recognizing the stellar scholars and employees here in our district. At this time, I'd like to introduce Maria Garcia from our communications department, who will be our MC as we go through our awards presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Now it's time to present the Outstanding Achievement and Community Partner Awards. My name is Maria Garcia, and I am the district's communications officer. This evening, the Board of Education will honor students, parents, and staff from Cajon High School, Holcomb Elementary School, the Kendall Harmon School campuses, and Shandon Hills Middle School. The board recognizes outstanding students to build self-esteem and honor excellence in academics, athletics, fine arts, citizenship, and most improvement. The board will also recognize outstanding parents, volunteers, and employees. And for the first time, the board will also recognize outstanding community partners. I am pleased that we are able to return to an in-person presentation for our Outstanding Achievement Awards. All of our Outstanding Award winners deserve the honor of being recognized at our board meetings. I ask that our esteemed Board of Education and cabinet members and administrator in charge, Dr. Sandra Rodriguez, please make their way to the front to congratulate our honorees this evening. All of our school-level honorees will receive a certificate of appreciation. Our Outstanding Student Award winners will also receive certificates from County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. and free tickets to the San Bernardino Symphony, as well as a district bumper sticker and yard sign. Honorees, when your name is called, would you and your family please come forward to accept your awards and have a photo taken with our Board of Education members, Dr. Sandra Rodriguez, and your principal. Students, please be sure to pick up your yard sign before you leave tonight. Now it's my pleasure to announce the first ever recipient of our Outstanding Community Partner Award, and that is Loma Linda University Health. Would all of our Loma Linda representatives please come forward and join the board? Loma Linda has been more than a supporter or partner. They have been a saving grace for many of our families. From medical and dental care to career training opportunities, the Loma Linda University family has embraced the students and families in our community and truly given them a hand up. Loma Linda's steadfast support touches all corners of our large school district. We can actually say that Loma Linda University Health has helped save lives right here in our community by providing CPR and first aid training for hundreds of our students. And at least one of those students used the knowledge she gained from Loma Linda's training to save the life of a loved one who was having a medical emergency. That's right, Loma Linda also supports our families through free immunization clinics, food pantries, and this past weekend, Loma Linda University Health kicked off a new effort to get young people and families more involved in outdoor recreational activities. We can go on and on listing all of the wonderful ways that Loma Linda University Health has made hope happen for our community, but we'd be here a while. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. J.C. Belliard from Loma Linda to say a few words.
And staff. Oh, thank you. I want to thank the board, all the teachers, principals, and staff, and the partners who are out there on the front lines fighting for our kids. And I say our kids, I'm not talking about my kids at home, but all our kids in the community. Ha sido un placer trabajar con el distrito. And when I say our district, I mean the San Bernardino City Unified School District. For us, it's a reciprocal relationship. It's a two-way. We benefit just as much by partnering with the district than you benefit from us. And I just want to share that one of our pharmacy graduates was a graduate from the San Bernardino City Unified School District. But that's not the end of the story. After about 3 or 4 years of being a pharmacist, she decided to come back and become a teacher. And she is the head of our career, or your career, health career pathways at Curtis Middle School. So I don't know how much you're paying your teachers, but she gave up a pharmacist's salary to go back and be a teacher and really fight for our kids in the community. And that's the kind of products that we want to produce. So thank you for the recognition, and we look forward to an ongoing partnership.
Thank you again to everyone at Loma Linda University Health for helping us care for our students. And please accept the mahogany plaque made especially for you by our Bing Wong Elementary School iSTEAM Lab students under the supervision of support teacher Robert Ruff and Principal Dorothy McIntosh. Audience, please join me in congratulating Loma Linda University Health one more time as tonight's Community Partner Award honoree. Now it's time for our outstanding student, parent, and employee awards. Normally, we start with our elementary schools, but because college night is tonight, I want to start with Cajon High School. Will Principal Dr. Tina Bishop please join us to accompany your students? Let's give a big cowboy welcome to Zoe Campbell. Zoe is a senior in Claudia Whitehead's class. Zoe is an outstanding student in and out of the classroom. She takes so much pride in her work and always gives her best. In addition to her academic excellence, Zoe has the most amazing personality. She is loved by the Cajon staff, and her peers look up to her. Zoe aspires to create and produce films. She plans to attend NYU, Spelman College, or Clark Atlanta University. Thank you, Zoe, for being you. And thanks to Zoe's mother, Kimberly Campbell, for raising such an amazing young woman. Our next student is Jorge Ramos, a junior in Lawrence Smith's class. In his 3 years at Cajon, Jorge has made his mark as both a committed presence in the International Baccalaureate program and an award-winning member of 2 academic teams. He has ranked nationally in speech and debate since his freshman year and was named Outstanding Delegate his first year in Model UN. Additionally, Jorge serves as our school site council chairperson. He is clearly on his way to being a future leader in San Bernardino. I'm sure Jorge's parents, Yesenia and George Ramos, are very proud of him. At this time, I want to introduce Cajon High School's Outstanding Parent Award winner, Micaela Escobar. Micaela has been an active parent and advocate for her own child and all Cajon children, particularly in ensuring that students have access to rigorous courses and the social emotional support they need to persevere and do well in those courses. Whenever Micaela sees a need, she works in partnership with the school to develop solutions to make Cajon better. She has stepped up out of her own comfort zone to take a leadership role in several parent groups. Congratulations, Micaela. Let's hear it one more time for Micaela. Secretary 1, Tanisha Slaughter, is an outstanding classified employee. Tanisha's commitment to Cajon is untouchable. When she sees a need, she is always willing to fill in the gap. She is resourceful, customer-friendly, solution-oriented, and adaptable. Throughout her career, she has served in different capacities, and she uses the skills she gained to enhance the overall school program. Tanisha serves on the school leadership team, and her perspectives are instrumental in improving our systems. Congratulations, Tanisha. Roger Light is an outstanding instructional leader for his auto shop program. Roger develops student leaders through his rigorous program, building their skills and knowledge to run a full auto repair shop for staff and various community members. Roger's program is set to receive silver certification through the Link Learning Alliance this winter. That's a big deal. In fact, one committee member of the certification team stated that Roger's Auto Shop classroom and instruction is one of the best he has seen in the nation. We agree wholeheartedly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for helping us honor our Cajon High Cowboys. Now I want to invite Holcomb Principal Eva Haddad to come forward to join her students. Audience, please join me in recognizing Holcomb's Connor Leadham as a first grader in Jennifer Schmidt's class. Connor is a great role model. He works hard and shows empathy for others both in and out of the classroom. Connor is always willing to patiently help those who need his support, once again demonstrating kindness to others. Connor's academics are so strong in all areas that the Holcomb team believes he can and will achieve any goal he sets for his future. Congratulations to Connor's parents, Amanda and Jeremy Leadham, for raising such an amazing young person. Congratulations again to Connor and his family. Our next honoree is Sean Mckenzie, a fourth grader in Don McHenry's class. Sean is a caring and kind scholar, always willing to help his teacher and classmates without being asked. He gives 100% every day and is an active participant in classroom discussions, demonstrating his inquisitive nature by asking many questions. Sean's dream is to become an astronaut, but if that doesn't work out, he wants to be a fireman or a police officer. I'm sure that Sean's parents, Melvin Mckenzie and Kenya Leon, are very proud of him. Are his parents in the audience? Okay. Congratulations. Now let's welcome Outstanding Parent Award winner, Elijah Karimi. Elijah is an active member of Holcomb's English Language Advisory Committee. She participates and shares ideas. Staff can always count on her for support. She is a very actively engaged parent and participates in all parent events, family nights, parent workshops, and so much more. Thank you, Elijah, for being a vital member of the Holcomb team. Let's give her another round of applause. Secretary 2, Patricia Patty Quinones, is truly an outstanding classified employee. Patty has a positive attitude toward her work and comes in with a smile every morning. She has a strong sense of professionalism and provides excellent customer service. Patty has helped create positive and lasting relationships with Holcomb's community through her exceptional skills and very caring attitude. She is a mentor and role model for others. Patty helps to build their capacity and encourages them in their pursuits. Holcomb is truly a better place because of Patty. Let's hear it one more time. Krista Buer, Holcomb's program facilitator and IB coordinator, has impacted the lives of so many students, parents, and staff members. Krista is committed to always doing what is best for the Holcomb community, whether she is serving as admin designee, performing the functions of the IB coordinator, collaborating with teachers, working with students, or any of her many assignments. She puts her heart into everything, and Holcomb is so much better for it. She has helped to create a culture where everyone feels supported and knows that she cares about them. Please join me in another round of applause for Holcomb Elementary School. At this time, I would like to invite Megan Silva, principal of our Kendall Harmon Combined Campuses. I want to start with Karen Brown, who is a pre-kindergarten student in Cecilia Quintero's class. Karen is being honored for his citizenship, academics, and for most improvement. He loves books and is always ready to learn something new. He takes great joy in the results of his efforts. Karen may become a professor or scientist when he is older. I also want to recognize his parents, Brianna Williams and Khalil Brown Anderson, for raising such a great boy who is a joy to have in class. Yay. Up next is Irie Kaya Famelo. Irie is a transitional kindergarten student in Ray Del Wool's class. Irie has improved significantly. She is becoming more independent and self-sufficient. She is able to follow classroom routines and directions and wait patiently for her mother to pick her up after school. Irie's communication skills have also improved significantly. Irie likes to be the teacher in class and takes the lead at circle time. It's safe to assume she's going to be a future teacher. Congratulations to Irie and her parents. And her proud parents are Jennifer Pegram and Daryl Pegram. Congratulations, Irene. Next up is fifth grader Emily Soraya, who is a student in Kristen Hudak's class. Emily is always on task and volunteers during class. She assists her fellow classmates and even volunteers to help them at home to catch up on their missing assignments. She is very responsible and is reading above grade level and understands all the math concepts so far. Emily would like to be an artist and attend California State University San Bernardino. We also want to recognize Emily's parents, Irene and Alejandro Sorio, for raising a wonderful daughter. And now let's welcome fifth grader Charles Michael Sullivan, who was nominated by his teacher, Robert Valdivia. Charles has great hospitality skills. He has a wonderful personality, a warm smile, and is a great classroom helper. He is helpful and willing to assist all of his classmates. Charles loves pretending to be a fast food worker, so many believe he may own his own fast food restaurant in the future or become a fast food manager when he's older. I'm sure his mother, Myra Castro, and his grandmother, Theodora Jacobo, are very proud. I know we are. Let's hear it for Charles Sullivan. Congratulations. Eddie Garcia is the Outstanding Parent Award winner for Kendall and Harmon. Eddie is a dedicated parent and member of the Harmon School Site Council leadership team. He has also represented Harmon on a few district-level task forces over the past 3 years. His input, knowledge, and overall commitment to supporting the programs and resources for Harmon are valued assets to the Kendall-Harmon community. We certainly hope his children, Axel and Eddie, appreciate Eddie Garcia as much as we do. We appreciate you, Eddie Garcia. Janice Wall is our outstanding grandparent. Janice is our Outstanding Grandparent Award winner. Janice is a dedicated grandparent and an active member of the Kendall-Harmon community. She serves on the School Site Council and is a member of the African American Parent Advisory Committee. Janice has represented Kendall-Harmon on multiple district-level task forces as well. We admire and appreciate her commitment to Kendall and Harmon and her input, as well as her commitment to her grandchildren, Brianna and Wade. Thank you. Recreation aide Yvette Carranza goes above and beyond. Yvette goes above and beyond to ensure that scholars are supervised and safe. She volunteers her own time to provide support wherever it is needed on both campuses. She assists teachers with setting up classrooms and the librarian assistant with inventorying district-issued devices. In the past, Yvette has worked collaboratively with the counselor and the community to ensure the school supports families in need during the holiday season. Congratulations, Yvette Carranza. Randy's a... Yes, don't be shy when it comes to coming up and celebrating your colleague. And now we have come to recognize Randy Zamudio. Randy is an Educational Assistant 3 for severe impairment. Randy is a true team player and goes above and beyond to support her Harmon team, as well as the needs of her Kendall colleagues. When called upon to provide support with any task or event, Randy never hesitates and always puts in 100% effort and with pride. She provides a positive example for others who are in the same or similar positions. We want to thank Randy for everything she does. Congratulations, Randy. And now, first grade inclusion teacher Catherine Cowles has a Catherine Cowles has a positive passion for helping. Catherine Cowles has a positive passion for helping students reach their highest potential. She has a true sense of purpose and goes above and beyond to embody Kendall and Harmon's vision of providing a safe, productive, and innovative learning environment for all students through inclusionary practices. Catherine takes time to learn what each scholar needs to be successful, and she finds a way to make it happen. The students automatically know they are a member of her learning community. Let's hear it for Catherine Cowles. Cecilia Quintero. Cecilia Quintero is an SHSDC special education preschool teacher. Her positive passion drives her instruction and decision-making practices. Cecilia celebrates her scholars' achievements every day, and her enthusiasm is evident as soon as you enter her learning environment. Cecilia establishes positive homeschool connections with her families and encourages them to take an active role in their scholars' education. Cecilia is truly a team player. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of our Kendall and Harmon honorees. And now for Shandon Hills Middle School. Would Principal Victoria Flores please come forward to join her honorees? Congratulations to Bradley McGee, an 8th grader in Janet Vielma's class. Bradley is the sunshine of Shandon Hills. He brings joy to whomever he speaks to. He is always happy, respectful, caring, and has a zest for life. Bradley exhibits the qualities of an exceptional individual. Yes, Bradley exhibits the qualities of an exceptional individual, so it's no surprise we're recognizing him for his outstanding citizenship and congenial nature. For a long time, Bradley wanted to be a YouTuber, but now he's considering other options. We're all very proud of Bradley, and I'm sure his mother, Kim McGee, must be as well. Let's hear it one more time for Bradley McGee. Shandon Hill's next honoree is outstanding 7th grader Ellie Negrete. Ellie was nominated by Team Apollo. Ellie has a strong work ethic, incredible grit, and a drive to improve. In addition, she is a student athlete. And after she completes her schoolwork, she puts that same grit and determination into her athletic journey. Ellie has a twin with exceptional needs. This drives Ellie to want to be either a special education teacher or a therapist. And let's also please honor Ellie's parents, Teresa and Robert Negrete, for everything they do. Congratulations, Ellie Negrete. Up next, we have outstanding community member Tiffany Guinan. Tiffany Guinan. Tiffany is without a doubt the most encouraging individual one will ever meet. Tiffany is friendly and brings out the best in everyone she comes into contact with. She encourages not only her own child, but all the students at Shandon Hills. Tiffany does not allow anyone to walk past without giving them a happy greeting, a hug, a word of encouragement, or sound advice, and always with a big smile. Everyone needs a Tiffany in their life. Congratulations. Someone shouted, "I love you, Mama." Would that person like to be in the picture? We're pleased to honor Secretary Debbie Turley. Debbie truly is Mama Trojan. She knows what everyone needs and is always one step ahead of the game. Debbie is quick to get her hands dirty and do what it takes to get the job done. She is first to lend an ear when someone needs a shoulder to cry on. She is the first one to get us back on track when things are a bit upside down. Without Debbie in the front office, things would just not run the same. Customer service is number one to Debbie, and she always puts the community first. Let's hear it for Debbie Turley. Congratulations. Anel Ortega is Shandon Hills counselor. Anel has a caring heart. She understands the needs of the students and is always working toward getting better, ensuring that she's up to date with the latest research and training. Anel works tirelessly to meet the needs of the families she works with. Anel is a problem solver and a true team player. She's always willing to support all educational partners. She's committed to her job as a counselor and works diligently to make a difference in the life of students. Congratulations to Anel, and those are the Outstanding Achievement Award winners from Shandon Hills Middle School. Go Trojans! Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all of our honorees for making hope happen in our district. Thank you to the Board of Education. You may now take your seats. And a special thank you to 5th District San Bernardino County Board Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. and the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra for their support of this evening's honorees. Audience, please give everyone a warm applause. And this concludes this evening's Outstanding Award presentations. Thank you for joining us.
I was like, oh my God. I got real comfortable. No,
I made notes, so you're good.
Yeah, accounting is not my thing. We know our weakness. Oh my gosh, I saw your bottle and I was like, yes. Yes, pain. Leave it to us. We'll just take over everybody else.
All right, everyone. Boy, that was fantastic. Great to see everybody in person and get to, again, celebrate our student staff and our community members. That was just wonderful. We're going to go ahead and move on with our resolutions, and we will go to 2.2, resolution in support of California Clean Air Day, and that'll be Board Member Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you, President Wyatt. Good evening. Resolution in support of California Clean Air Day, whereas air pollution contributes to higher rates of cancer and heart and lung disease, which adversely affect health, and whereas it is vital the San Bernardino City Unified School District and surrounding communities help protect the health and well-being of our children, residents, visitors, and workforce, and whereas individual actions such as not idling vehicles, walking or biking to work and school carpooling and conserving energy can directly improve air quality in our region. And whereas education about air quality can raise community awareness, encourage communities to develop better habits, and improve community health, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District declares October 5th, 2022 as California Clean Air Day and encourages all schools and offices to participate in activities to help clear the air for all Californians. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 2.3, resolution in recognition of National Bullying Prevention Month, and it'll be Vice President Danny Tillman.
Thank you, President Dr. Wyatt. Whereas October is National Bullying Prevention Month, a time to raise awareness of bullying, which can include verbal, physical, and cyberbullying. And whereas a study by the National Center for Education Statistics reported that 1 in 5 kids between the ages of 12 to 18 have been bullied during the school year, and whereas a study by the Anti-Defamation League concluded people are less likely to report an incident of bullying as they get older, from bystanders to victims, only 39% of high schoolers notified an adult or teacher of bullying. Whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control, students who were bullied have an increased risk of mental health issues such as depression or anxiety, which can lead to sleeping problems and impact their academic progress. And whereas children who are bullied are at a greater risk of engaging in more serious and violent behaviors, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District proclaims October 2022 as National Bullying Prevention Month and will work to develop, implement, and monitor policies and programs that foster and support a positive school climate. Be it further resolved that the San Bernardino City Unified Schools, local community stakeholders, parents, students, teachers, and staff engage in a variety of awareness and prevention activities designed to make our schools and community safer for all children and students. So moved.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 2.4, resolution in recognition of Character Education Month. It'll be member Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Thank you. Whereas the Board of Education believes the character of our cities and state is only as strong as the character of each individual citizen, and whereas the present and future well-being of our society requires an involved, informed, and caring citizenry with good character, and whereas although character development is first and foremost an obligation of families, the efforts of faith communities, schools, and youth, civic and human service organizations also play a vital role in fostering and promoting good character. And whereas effective character education requires an intentional, proactive, consistent, and comprehensive approach that promotes a common core of personal and social values in all phases of school life. A core that includes trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, citizenship, civic virtue, honesty, and personal responsibility. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education joins the California Department of Education in recognizing October 2022 as Character Education Month and encourages all schools to ensure that the development of strong moral character and the promotion of responsible, ethical, and civic-minded behavior are part of the curriculum. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Move on to 2.5, resolution on recognition of Filipino American History Month. That'll be member Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina.
Thank you so much, Dr. President. Whereas Filipino American History Month became federally acknowledged in 2009 with the passage of a formal resolution to recognize Filipino American history throughout the month of October. And whereas Filipino Americans are the second largest Asian American group in the country and the third largest ethnic group in California, and Filipino Americans have played a critical part in the history and culture in both the United States and California. And whereas October is significant in Filipino American history because it marks the first recorded presence of Filipinos in what is now the United States, when October 18th, 1587, Filipino sailors landed in the Morro Bay area of California. And whereas Filipino American History Month highlights the economic, cultural, social, and patriotic contributions Filipino Americans have made in countless ways towards the development of our state and nation, and provides an opportunity to examine Filipino Americans' history and culture. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District does hereby recognize October 2022 as Filipino American History Month and calls upon schools, educators, and community to celebrate the historic and culture of Filipino Americans and their historic contributions to the nation by observing the month with appropriate ceremonies and activities and programs. So moved.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 3.0, public comments. 3.1, receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under the California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. All right, I've also said once the board adjourns into closed session, public comments will no longer be accepted. All right, our first public comment will be Monique Guerrero. Welcome. Guerrero. Is it Monique Guerrero? Is she present? Okay, we'll go ahead and go to the next one. All right, our next public comment speaker will be Arlette Urzua. Urzua, hopefully I got that right. Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, well, thank you. My name is Arlette, and I am a parent from the community in San Bernardino. I have two kids in high school right now and one in elementary, but my concern is in regards to Arroyo High School. Back in August, I believe, like about the third week in, they had a student come in, and apparently, I guess the student had a pass, but he was loaded with a gun. The school was never on lockdown, and through the time that the incident was happening, my child walked out to go to the restroom with the permission slip. So I want to know what is being done, or what are your protocols, or what steps are you going to take to ensure that that doesn't happen again, as we all see through all cities and states that shootings are happening more often through elementary through high school.
Thank you, Ms. Arzua. So what we're going to have is we have a lady that's in yellow back there. Her name is Kimber Sargent. She's going to take down the information of your students, and that way I can give you a call tomorrow morning. And then I'll go over the protocols, and then I'll also set up a meeting between you and the principal to go through all of that to get all your questions answered.
Okay.
Okay?
I believe the principal is well aware of what happened. I think what is happening is trying to get slipped under the desk. That's what, nothing's being done. I mean, the back of Arroyo is being, it's open. It's not really gated. The school is really not gated, so anybody can walk through the back. And the front, I mean, well, it's open, like when you walk from the back building to like the football field, or like if you want to exit through the side to come to the gym or the auditorium. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Dr. Flores, you have a question.
Yes. Thank you for coming. It's a big concern for us, too, I want you to know. And we do have to take measures to ensure the safety. And we do have policies and so forth. But, how would I say, the measures that we take have to probably be stricter. And I hope that your child, is she a girl or a boy?
I have two girls, so one's a senior and one's a freshman. My freshman is the one that happened to go to the restroom, and the individual was in front of the classroom. Just the simple fact, that the school was not on lockdown, not a lot of administration, like teachers were not aware of this. They didn't find out till, us as parents got the message on Parent Square. I believe I'm trying to get more involved as a parent volunteer in the school, because there's really no parent involvement in the school itself. So, I've offered my services, to the principal to volunteer for anything that's needed, I know as a volunteer I'm limited, but I'm willing to go above and beyond to protect anybody's children, So, I'm more than happy to sit down with anybody, work together as a team, come together as a community to better ourselves, get a, emergency admin team in the school. So, you maybe have a radio or a button where it alerts all teachers that, hey, we're going to be on lockdown. You don't need to announce it over the overhead. And not only that, also, have more parent involvement. Parents are afraid to come and even speak up at school, because it's well known to take it out on the students and, not, communicate wellly, So hopefully, this can be a learning process for all of us as we grow. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Zuda. I would recommend also school site council, and if the school has a PTO, maybe. That'd be a great place to start. All right. Our next public speaker will be Rob Mason. Welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Scott, Vice President Tillman, and board members. I'm here to talk to you today about an investment I want to see you make. But before that, I want to say congratulations on bringing all the folks here today and celebrating their success. I've had a chance to work with several districts, but it's always nice to see not only the students, but also see the administrators get recognized. As we've gone through a lot with COVID, and everybody's trying hard to make things work. So tonight we saw success. We saw a lot of success. We saw hardworking students and parents. But on the other side, there's a lot of students that don't have success, and I was one of them. Right? I couldn't do the math. It was hard. I had a girlfriend that was going to go to college, and she was a junior. I'm a senior. I can't do algebra, right? But I need to get into college. But I learned how to measure square feet, right? And nowadays you look around, there's a whole lot of people making money fixing houses, coming to do your kitchen, right? Your pipes, your floors, right? And they're measuring square feet every day, concrete, right? They're making good money. And there's a lot of students that we have, particularly at the high school level, that's going to be their reality, Fortunately for me, I was lucky enough to find a way to get into a HBCU that accepted me, made me work hard. I went on to do 13 years in the military as an officer, and then also start my own business, get a master's degree, teach college for the past 21 years. But so why I'm telling you all that is because where you start doesn't mean that where you're going to finish, right? So not having the ability to do certain math and certain things, we have to create a pathway that's a little bit different. Everybody's not going to go through the traditional college in a 4-year. So what I'm here to talk to you about tonight is really about life skills. And right now we have a lot of students that really need to understand life skills. They're gonna finish or they're not, and a lot of students we also have are coming in, right, as adults. They've been delivered here to the border, right? They're coming in, going through the immigration process, but really they're acting as adults. They're on their own, and they have to understand how to be able to survive in this country in that process. So they need some life skills. And then some of them come from families that ran a small business. I teach college, and I have a lot of students that, hey, they are now the brains of the family, because their dad and their mom just know how to do the hard work, so they have to learn how to keep the books. So we have a program. The company I have is called Leading Edge Learning Center. We've been around for I've been serving California for the past 19 years. And at one point it was from San Ysidro to Sacramento, but now we mainly focus on the Inland Empire. And what we do is we focus on not only K through 12, tutorial services, but we added some other components because we needed to make sure that students had other opportunities. So life skills and making sure that, hey, they're prepared to take a job, they're prepared to be able to manage their money, making sure that they know how to show up on time, answer the questions, fill out the applications. And then the other part is we have a great need for entrepreneurship. A lot of kids nowadays, they know how to hustle. They're learning how to use these crickets and other machines. So we have a program for what we call as young makers, and people are making hats, they're making T-shirts, they're making all these different things. But they need to learn how to not only have that in a formal way, but how to start a business, because that might be the end result for them. And some of these guys are going to be real successful. I have a couple folks that I coach, and they're Marines. I'm an Army guy, but I'm coaching Marines that are doing pretty well. And in their first year, some of them, one with a janitorial business, in 1 year, starting it up properly, he's going to do about $300,000 this year. Okay, another one started boxing attire, and he's probably going to do about $600,000 or $700,000, and he got his boxing gloves sanctioned by the state of California professionally. So there's things that our students can do, and we don't want to give up on them just because they're not going to take take the four-year path. So I want you to think about that. And if it interests you, I'll have my information. Feel free to have someone reach out. We're ready to provide those services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. It looks like we have a question for you from Dr. Dowdy Rogers, please.
Sorry. Mr. Mason, what school district did you say you were in?
Oh, I'm in several. I've been in Moreno Valley, Val Verde, San Bernardino for several years. Just about you name it, we're in it. Even in San Diego County still. So we cover a lot of ground.
And thank you for that. And maybe, Dr. Rodriguez, you can clarify, because we are working on our, I want to use the word procurement, but I really don't, because, you know, our system is a little bit different. But for, you know, how to just individuals to bring and filter that information so that, you know, we know that it's being put in that pool that you're developing for those supports. Go ahead, yeah, so they can know.
Sure. So in our after-school programs, and I believe you're speaking to providing that service in after-school programs, we'll be putting out another RFP which is a request for proposals for additional services. So it will be opening within the next month or so. And so we have your information that you put down on the blue paper, and we'll reach out to you to give you the dates. And then we'll put you into communication with the purchasing director should you have any additional questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mason, I had a question as well. Thank you. Just wanted to, did you bring any information or pamphlet or brochure with you to share with us?
Actually, I didn't today.
Okay.
I just took a chance of getting down here, and I didn't. I had a presentation and everything, but I said, you know, let me just speak from the heart tonight. So I'll be happy to get some to your office if you'd be
All
so
right,
kind.
sir. Well, we'll see it when you hopefully submit an RFP as well when that time comes. And
Okay.
I want to say thank you, and thank you for your service as well.
All right. Thanks very much.
All right, our next public speaker is Udana Johnson. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We're here to talk about the safety measures at Del Rosa Elementary School. On last week, I and some of my colleagues were assaulted. We were maced, we were spit on, and we found out by a parent and her older children who were in high school. And we found out after the incident that our administrator knew about it. The police had been called to our school earlier that day. We weren't sent an email. We weren't given any kind of notice. And that afternoon, we saw a student running away from a crowd of adults. I allowed him to seek refuge in my classroom. He's not my student. And called the administrator and the police, neither which showed up in a timely manner prior to us being sprayed, spit on, cursed out, like really, really assaulted. And since that time, our principal really hasn't been concerned with our mental health or our physical health. I haven't been back to school since then because they were there the next day. I've been trying to reach out to the police officer who's here to press charges, but I keep getting the runaround. I haven't heard from my principal. I haven't heard from, that's a lie. I have heard from one person within the district. But as far as meetings, I'm being left out of them. As far as what we're to do moving forward, we haven't discussed that. As far as communication, we've been talking about it since last year. There was an incident last year where a parent got on campus and came to my room to curse me out. And at this point, we don't feel safe. We don't feel protected. we don't feel valued at all. And we're just trying to get some sort of help or relief in order to be able to really just do our jobs. So I guess that's what we have.
The district is aware of the situation. It is currently under investigation. We know that Officer Hazen is here, and he was the lead officer on the case. We also know that Human Resources is also involved, Workers' Comp is involved, and the union has been made aware of the situation. I personally am working with the principal so that we can work out a plan to make sure that teachers feel safe. I've been out to the campus and have talked to her several times over the last few days. So we hope that we will see some improvement on the campus. And I know that the police are taking it seriously. They have made an arrest, to my knowledge. I don't know which one or who was involved in that so far, but I know that it has been addressed.
Okay, but we don't have any knowledge of, like, I haven't been contacted at all. And I was really physically hurt, mentally hurt. I'm dealing with it every day. And I really want to get back to school to my students, but I don't really.
That was my question. I wanted to clarify if you had been contacted or had any engagement at all from our district.
Dr. Greer reached out to me just to thank me, but as far as my principal, no. As far as I've talked to the union, but outside of that, no.
Right, and that's a concern, a big concern. And I hear you talk about your safety, which is also very concerning because we're supposed to protect you,
Right.
and protect everybody, and also, follow up in a timely manner. And you should be involved in all the communication. So, Dr. Rodriguez, I mean, it's to me, you need to be informed of every step that we're taking, and your safety, your teachers, and right, it's unacceptable what happened. Yeah.
And just to respond to that, so as we are working through it, we will take all this into account. We are touching upon personnel issues. And so I will reach out to you, Ms. Johnson, in the morning and speak with you, and then get some more information as far as who you've talked to or who you haven't talked to, and we'll make sure we follow up.
Okay.
Hello. So my name is Mrs. Campos, and I just wanted to say something really short. I just wanted to say that the school is. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay, yeah, my name is Luana Campos. I am also a teacher at Del Rosa, and I did experience the whole thing that happened. The only thing that I've been disappointed with was the fact that we didn't have people coming into our school and talking to all those who were violated and, put in a position of, compromise safety. I felt like we needed more support from the school district right away. The principal didn't talk to any of the people involved until yesterday. We finally had a meeting a whole week after. And so we've been coming to school every day, but we've been coming to school fearful because she was threatened that she would be capped from that parent. And there's a lot of other teachers who haven't been coming to school because they don't feel safe. So, I feel like we need more support there because, I want to do my best for my students every day. But one thing that I did notice, even though the cops were involved, up to today, I have seen parents walking through the school from one end to the other, going through the gate, passing through the school after school, just like before. It's still happening, walking through the school with their children and leaving the other entrance, and I'm like, the exit, and I'm like, but we don't feel safe. Why are these strange people walking through the school with no visitor pass or anything? And it's stressful for all the teachers who are involved, who are coming and, taking their post, getting their kids exited, but things are still happening, even though we've had police involvement. I still don't feel safe. And I'm really sad about that. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Well, first of all, thank you for coming down. I think I might have seen a post on social media, something to that nature, because I know that different people share different posts. But I do appreciate you coming down. I do have a clarifying question, was regard to, you mentioned this happened also last year. And I do want to include that as well into the investigation.
The district sent out a letter because a parent got on campus and in front of my class came, knocked on the door, and cursed me out. They were given a trespassing notice, but my principal explained to me that those only last for 7 days. So after then, they still had several run-ins with several teachers, several staff members, all the way up until graduation when they weren't allowed to come. So, I mean, it's been an ongoing issue. I explained last year that I didn't feel safe. And
Okay.
then to be actually assaulted this year, like what will happen next year?
Right, right.
I have kids and a husband at home I have to go home to.
Right, right.
So, I mean, if you can get mace and all of that other stuff on campus and walk through the gates, you can bring a gun if you have nothing to lose.
Well, I appreciate you coming down, and we definitely have to do a thorough investigation on that.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Thank you, and you did clarify the question I was going to ask that they both asked. But I guess my second question is then to how do we communicate with staff? Because I heard someone say it's personnel at HR, but they are personnel. So this is a little different, right? Because they do need to have an understanding of where their communication come in. And then if I'm correct, you said it's been days since you were even engaged on an incident. So we just want to get with the district, board, and as we talk about health and safety, is just to know on our side, is a personnel going to, the person that had an incident, when will they be followed up with? Not the details of it, but the expectation of the follow-up.
Or even
Wait.
if our administrator knew about this issue and the police were called earlier that day, why weren't teachers and staff notified that this was an ongoing issue, so we would have known a little bit about it and how to handle it? We were all blindsided by this. It was 3:40, we're preparing for a meeting, and a kid is running toward us like he saw death. We just went into protective mode.
Oh, just to clarify, was it the kid that maced you?
No,
No.
it was the mom had the older teenage sister mace us.
And just to clarify, if I heard you correctly, the gates are open and anybody can move in and out. Is that correct?
There are gates that are open. I think that gate was not open, but when the teachers opened it, they
Pushed
rushed.
past-
Yeah,
They pushed by it?
yeah.
Okay.
Pushed by the
They were-
Because we're supposedly have a Raptor system that only allows certain people in, and they have to state why they're coming, correct?
Yeah, but that's not.
We
so
don't
much
have any
the
walkie-talkies
case
or
at-
anything. The teachers don't have anything to communicate properly when
As
something
teachers,
like
as
And
teachers.
we
Dr.
don't have
Flores, we're
systems
gonna,
in place.
Okay, I
in
know,
our
I
school.
was just clarifying,
but
I was
it's-
just clarifying in terms of safety and protocol and so forth, so thank you.
No, there's
Yeah.
several gates and several, because they're working on the school,
Right.
kids go and come, people come and go.
Okay, thank you very much.
Definitely appreciate your comments, and I know Dr. Rodriguez will be following up with you. I imagine even Dr. Funches, if necessary, because it sounds like there's a number of concerns and issues, and not just one. So we'll make sure that our team follows up with you on these issues.
If I can just add, in terms of personnel, I think communication with the school site, going through the principal is definitely something that's definite next step. Working through what happened and what we're going to do to make sure that we mitigate and remedy some of those concerns and those issues. And I guarantee we'll be out there tomorrow to take a look at that, okay? All right.
Thank you, ladies. Our next public comment speaker will be Dr. Shirley Jean. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Dr. Shirley Jean. I am.
Oh, Jean, sorry.
It's
Sean.
okay. It's okay. I am speaking to you as a parent and an educator, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for the decision that you all made. So in April, I had surgery, and in May, I spoke to you all, and you heard me. But I wasn't just speaking about my family. I'm speaking about everyone's children in this district, even our employees. So 2 programs were created because of what occurred. One program that was created was a preschool inclusion program at Dominguez Elementary. So in that program, you have 7 students with IEPs, 7 without. They're able to go to school. The income of the parents do not matter in that situation. Well, that's great, right? 14 kids can go to school. But Dr. Rodriguez told me about this next program for district employees. So ages 0 to 5 can go to preschool, and it's a small tuition-based fee. And I think that is absolutely incredible, because some teachers might want to have more kids, but then you're stuck with, what about daycare? What about that cost? What about that expense? Or even, hey, can my child go to school because of my income? So I'm just coming to you all to just say thank you for what you have done. Many of our employees have been able to learn about that program. Many of them are working on enrolling their students. Even at Dominguez, there's a couple teachers at Dominguez with students my same age as my kids, and they talked to me about it this morning, and they said thank you to me as well. But I really want to thank you, because without you, it wouldn't happen. You actually listened. You saw my face, you saw my pain, but you actually listened, because this has been an ongoing problem for our district employees, right? We make a little too much and our kids cannot go to school, but we're expected to teach everybody else's kids. And so I just want to commend all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, our next public comment and speaker will be Ms. Leticia Garcia. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. So I wanted to come and talk to you a little bit about a couple of things that happened over the last couple of weeks. One of them was we had an incident at Arrowview with another parent, and an incident at Cajon with my son. And we came together as parents and figured out that the thing that was happening to us was happening to a lot of students throughout the district and on a lot of school sites. In my situation, my son was coming home telling me that bathrooms at Cajon High School were locked and that students weren't able to use bathrooms. You might have seen that we ended up on Channel 11 News with Christina Gonzalez, and she did a follow-up story one day and then a follow-up story the next day. Since that time, we have spoken to the acting superintendent. We've met with the entire cabinet, and we're going to have continued meetings. One, I would just want to say that the way that Dr. Rodriguez has handled it has been, I really appreciate it. She got back to us, and she's trying to do whatever she can to help us out. But what I wanted to say to the rest of you and to parents at home is that it is completely unacceptable that any bathroom in any school at any time should be locked or inaccessible to students. It is actually a violation of the education code, and it's also tied to funding that the state gives you. And what I found out through talking to hundreds of parents throughout the district is that this is not exclusive to Cajon or to Arrowview or San Bernardino High School. This is happening throughout the district. We have schools that have zero access, or we have teachers that are implementing passes, 1 pass per month for the bathroom, and then incentivizing not using that pass. So you have kids who are being conditioned to normalize holding their bowels, holding their urine, and in some cases, young ladies bleeding in the classroom and throughout the whole day without access to feminine products and without access to the bathroom. And this is completely unacceptable. And it's been happening, apparently, for years. I do want to say that because I do have contacts at the state of California, I did reach out to the Associate Superintendent of Schools, and they are going to be investigating and possibly doing audits, not just of this district, but other districts that we found out were also having this issue. But you should have a heads up to know that you need to put a policy in place where teachers and rogue principals, because you do have a whole bunch of principals that got a memo and then refused to follow it, because there are still schools that are locking bathrooms even after that. This is as recent as today. So I don't know what you're going to do about some of these principals that you have in some of these schools, but really you need to streamline a policy to start firing some of these people. It is unacceptable the way that the violence is occurring in our schools and the principals are not disciplining kids, the way bathrooms are shut because the kids are violent, the kids get high in the bathroom. You know what? Get yourself a discipline plan and follow it. And start disciplining some of these, because you already know who they are. It's a handful of kids that are creating a problem that's going to cost you guys match deferred maintenance funding. So deal with the issue. It sucks that we have to discipline kids. It's really awful. It's sad. And I'm like a huge proponent of not, expelling and disciplining, but there are things that we can do so that other kids who come to school can have access to what they need. So I wanted to say that, and then I just also wanted to say as a reminder to everyone who's at home listening, these schools are still not performing the way they need to be performing. And so aside from opening your bathrooms, you really all need to buckle down and get a policy, get procedures in place to really teach these kids. It is unacceptable that we are 50% among schools in California. We're one of the lowest schools, 1,255 out of 1,873 schools. We have 26% math proficiency rate in this district. The gentleman that was up here talking about programs for going to college, forget about going to college. Some of these kids don't even have the skills to work at a McDonald's. This is what you guys are doing. And I say you guys because it's your fault. Some of you have been here for years and years and years. And we talk about having biliteracy for kids, which is shameful. I'm glad that a handful of kids are biliterate, but think about 40% proficiency reading and writing. That means 60% of the students in this district cannot read and write, but you have a 90% graduation rate. Apparently, there's a lot of other folks that can't do math as well, because you can't have that. You don't have a 90% graduation rate with kids who can't read and write. We need to address the issues in academia with these kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. All right, our next public speaker and comment is Mr. Eddie Garcia. Welcome, sir. I'll check. Yeah. We'll double check though.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board and distinguished members of the cabinet. Thank you so much for having us here today. I want to take you back to 1986. I was a child watching the television and watched the Challenger blow up on TV while other students were watching with me. It took a while for me to understand what was happening. Very tragic. Ronald Reagan was president. Gallon of gas was 89 cents a gallon, if you could believe that. And the Chicago Bears won the Super Bowl. But more importantly, 1986, the San Bernardino City Unified School District created CASA. It was an organization that helped provide grants for teachers. And for many years, CASA was doing that, providing these grants for these teachers, helping students out. I was fortunate enough to join the board of CASA when I moved out here and joined the credit union in 2012, and I was so excited to be part of it. Then in 2015, I was told that CASA was going to be dissolved, and my heart was broken. But then it was quickly revived when I found out that it was being dissolved because it was going to be created into a brand new foundation called the Making Hope Happen Foundation. Now, the reason I'm telling you this is that the school board was gracious enough to allow us to use resources from your wonderful district to help us establish ourselves. One of those resources is sitting right here, Ms. Ginger Ontiveros. And thank you so much for allowing us to use her skills, her knowledge, and more importantly, her heart to help us provide the help we needed to the students and the families here in San Bernardino City. Now, I'm proud to say that we are a full-fledged foundation. We're standing on our own. We are very, very excited to be able to bring on our own executive director. So we went out, we put all sorts of, hey, we have this job opening, and we had 92 applicants apply. That was a lot for us to go through, 92 applicants. Once the 92 applicants were done, interviewed, and everything was done, we came up with one. And we have a wonderful woman who is now the executive director of the Making Hope Happen Foundation. She was born in San Bernardino. She's a lifelong resident of San Bernardino, high school graduate from San Bernardino. Went to college, came back. She is the epitome of the San Bernardino success story. And now she's running this organization. And tonight, as a public comment, I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Nikki Detman, the executive director of the Making Hope Happen Foundation.
Thank you, Eddie. Obviously, a lot of you already know me, so it's kind of like take off the old hat of being a school district parent, being part of the DAC, being a school district consultant, and then most recently working for California School Boards Association. So now I'm extremely proud to be able to stand in front of you today as the executive director of the Making Hope Happen Foundation. It's not very often that someone gets to have their dream job. And this is truly my dream job. As a young girl growing up on the west side of San Bernardino, there are a lot of things that people told me I would not be able to do. And so to be able to go out, do those things, come back home and contribute to my hometown is such a gift. I'd like to thank the board and cabinet. So many of you have supported the Making Hope Happen Foundation over the years, whether it's at our gala, whether it's contributing to our scholarships. And I really hope that our positive, strong relationship can continue. We're going to have some tremendous programs. We're just going to continue to grow, but our main focus is giving back to the students and to the community of San Bernardino. So truly thank you, Ginger. In 2018, Ginger approached me about serving as a board member, and I can't imagine anything better that has completely changed my life than being a part of the Making Hope Happen Foundation as a volunteer initially, and now as its executive director. So I look forward to working with all of you still. It's so nice to be able to come and see so many friendly faces and continue to build the partnership that we've developed already. All of you should have my contact information, but if not, I'll be sending you an email just to let you know some of the upcoming opportunities for the foundation and the school district, and I'd like to thank you for your time tonight.
All righty, thank you both, and congratulations again. All righty, I'm just going to ask one more time to see if this individual might still be here, or maybe was in the restroom somebody. Miss Monique Guerrero. Monique Guerrero? Oh, all right, you are here. Good. There you go. Welcome.
Well, thank you all for having me this evening and opening the public comments. Thank you. My name is Monique Guerrero, and I'm with the Unforgettables Foundation. We service families throughout San Bernardino, Riverside, and Orange counties with burial assistance for children from 28 weeks gestation to 18 years old. We, as well as helping our families throughout San Bernardino, Riverside, and Orange counties, we have an educational conference every year. This year and the last couple of years since the pandemic, we've had to offer it through via webinar. And we're here tonight to extend the invitation to you all, and as well as your staff and fellow teachers and educational. This time it's going to be on Friday, October the 14th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. via webinar. You can register through our website at www.unforgettables.org. I would like to leave some of our flyers. This year it's our 9th annual educational conference, and it's going to be, the topic is protecting our kids against online predators, policing the internet and social media to prevent childhood deaths. Our keynote speaker is LA County Assistant or Deputy District Attorney for Crimes Against Children, Angela Brunson. And we will have a panel that will consist of Opal Singleton, who's the President CEO of Million Kids, Jody Capper, who's an educational teacher in the desert area, Clark Morrow, Crime Prevention Program Coordinator, recently retired, as well as Joseph Polino, our Chief of Police for the San Bernardino City Schools District. I'm going to go ahead and leave this all with you all. And again, we'd stress it's free. You can register on our website, and we welcome you all to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerrero. And it looks like we have a question from Dr. Flores.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for coming and sharing that information with us. It's so important for all of us to be informed, especially of cyber, predators for our children. And I would like to ask Dr. Rodriguez and our cabinet to ensure that, as many of our administrators or staff can attend. And of course, if we can, we will too. It's virtual, correct?
Correct.
It's virtual. Okay, so, and I wondered, Dr. Rodriguez, if we can post this so that our parents also know about it in Parent Square as well. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming.
Well,
And
thank
thank your
you.
foundation board for their dedication and helping our children and our families. Thank you so much.
Most definitely. Thank you so much. Where would you like for me to leave
With
these?
Ms. Cunningham.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All righty, that is it for our in-person public comments. I believe we do have some virtual comments.
Yes, we have one. And it's Ronald Truss. If you're available, Mr. Truss, will you please unmute now?
Welcome, Mr. Truss.
How's it going?
Going all right. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Good afternoon, everybody. I guess I have a meeting with the cabinet on Thursday, but I guess my concern is the principal at Belvedere Elementary, Ms. Rios. I've been working with Dr. Rodriguez, but I think it should just be brought to everybody's attention. There's a lot of standing issues at the school. Just one for instance is that there's a sixth grade class from fifth grade to sixth grade. They were being combined. They know they have how do I say it? A lot of disturbing stuff that's happened in the class. Kids vaping, kids standing on desks, kids throwing laptops. A kid threatened to burn down the school. And the communication just on the other incident was a kid brought a clip, a gun, I'm assuming was not found. But a lot of this information that's distributed to the parents doesn't get to us until 9, 10 o'clock at night. So it's just, I know we're working on things, but it's just the principal likes to deflect everything back on the district when it comes to communication, that the communication department didn't approve stuff until 9, 10:30 at night. So it almost goes back to the same incident that happened that I heard the lady mention with Arroyo, that a lot of stuff just gets shoved under the rug until you get a group of parents that make enough noise before they're heard. You have a teacher that literally was ready to take a leave of absence because the class was so bad that she's been fighting for help. We had Parent Square emails going out the first 45 days of school and that she's crying for help. So I just wanted to let it be known that, it shouldn't take parents and you have these teachers that are being overworked, ready to take a stress leave to get something done. I think the teachers need to be heard just as well as the parents. It shouldn't take 10 or 12 parents to come up there and complain. And then I have to call Dr. Rodriguez because the principal doesn't know how to speak to parents, doesn't know how to just communicate. So it's just something needs to be done instead of parents in an uproar before we have to see stuff done sometimes. I just don't know what else to do. I know I have a cabinet meeting and I know a lot of parents don't know the means to go this route or have a cabinet meeting or to go about protecting their kids or helping their kids out because of a few bad apples in a classroom or even having a teacher take a leave of absence. Now when I spoke to the teacher today, she was fine, but she was just very thankful. She was like almost crying because we were just there to have her back. And it shouldn't be that way when you have principals on site that should be helping and not just shoving stuff under the rug. And I guess that's my comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Truss. And I do have a question, I believe, from Dr. Flores, one of our board members.
Go ahead.
Mr. Truss, how long has this been going on?
the first day, literally, we've gotten parent emails. I want to say at least the first 30 to 45 days. And according to the teacher, the principal was fully aware of these emails. And so I guess the straw that broke the camel's back was the gun clip in the student's backpack. And like I had asked the principal, it's just a simple question was, okay, the school police came, but did they search the desk to see if there was a gun? None of that was done. And luckily another student had saw the incident happen. But then when you talked to the teacher, she told us about all these other incidents, the vaping, kids jumping on desks. It was just an out of control class. And she said that she had informed the teacher last year about these 2 fifth grade classes coming together. And it took about 10 of us parents to get together to help this teacher out. To get, I guess, I mean, where the classes are split now, and supposedly you guys were voting on getting another 6th grade teacher. And of course, you guys got to go through all the procedures and policies of some of these kids before we could get them out the classroom, or some kids are in, this is not even their, they're not even supposed to be at the school. It's just a weird process on what happens before it happens. So, I mean, just like I said, the kid threatened to burn the school down and he's back in 2 or 3 days. Like, counseling doesn't help for everybody. You know what I mean? That's more than counseling.
Thank you for the clarification. And yes, it's unacceptable. And it shouldn't have taken 30 to 45 days to get help. Dr. Rodriguez, you said you have a cabinet meeting on this Thursday?
Yeah,
okay.
I do. But I think that, to me, the issue more or less is the principal. And the only reason why I say that is because I was supposed to come to you guys last year, and I'll be real quick with this because I know everybody's time is valuable and we all got to get on. But there was an incident where my daughter would not stand for the flag in class. And then I called the principal, same principal. I let her know that I was worried about retaliation. So what happens? Retaliation happens. The teacher last year in my daughter's class wouldn't allow her to use the restroom. She finished the test early. She asked to use the restroom. So my daughter literally sat in her urine for almost 2 hours. I picked her up. She came home. She went right into the shower. So I knew something was wrong. I called the principal. The principal says, let me investigate. Come to find out, the principal, after her investigation, my daughter tells me, and I'm telling this to the principal, that the teacher allowed 2 or 3 other students use the restroom, but wouldn't let my daughter use the restroom. And I can't prove that it was because of the pledge, but you're allowing 2 other kids to use the restroom, but not my daughter use the restroom. So what did my daughter do? She urinated on herself. And I literally got into a full-fledged argument in this lady's office. And I asked her nicely to speak with her in her office. And she told me that we couldn't do it. But once we started getting loud in the office, she wanted me in the office. So that right there was like, there's no reason for me to talk to you. And Dr. Rodriguez was fully aware of this last year with this principal. So we just fast forward it. Now it's just in my son's class. It's just her communication, the way she comes off, everything is bad about her. Everything is bad. And I'm not the only parent. I'm just the only parent that's willing to speak up, because a lot of parents are scared of retaliation. I'm not scared of retaliation.
Thank you, Mr. Truss. Dr. Rodriguez, you oversee that school, do you not? I do. Okay.
right.
And so I hope that there are concrete solutions to this issue, and fast. Thank you, Mr. Truss.
Thank you.
Mr. Truss.
Thank you.
We have another comment. Mrs. Negrete, she was a virtual, but she's in person now.
Welcome, Ms. Negrete.
Thank you. Good evening. I just want to share with you a few things. One, regarding public comments, or not public comments, excuse me, public records. Public records, you have an office, a department that's fully staffed. However, now some of the public records are being filled by AALRR, which is Atkinson's, Anderson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo. I don't understand why the duplication of services is happening when we still need more money coming into back into the classroom instead of paying double, because this is literally what you're doing. It's duplicating services. You're paying business services is then forwarding to a law firm. I don't understand why that's happening. And so that's a concern with that one. Another thing to share with you is that I know that the last board meeting I shared with you that what happened, where were the promotion happenings regarding Making Hope Happen? And Nikki was real candid and sent me an email and said, Making Hope Happen has nothing to do with the district. However, the last time that that position was filled, according to what the district had, it was that provides direct services and support to the district Making Hope Happen Foundation. So if this is direct, and back then this position was filled by personnel services, why then this time did it go to an outside entity? Meaning that what personnel services would have done to open it to every single employee, this time it was only the few who were aware that it was publicized in 2 different platforms that were outside of the district. And so I came to you and I asked you about that position. I know I also spoke about Ginger Ontiveros. She didn't send me anything, she didn't reach out to me, but it's okay. But the question happens with, I know most of you are looking at social media and some of you have touched on it. So in social media, I saw that there were some concerns about the emails that were coming, and emails that I assume had to be from her because she's the person that sends the emails from the district. So if it was her who sent them out, right? The question the concern with the parents that was out on the public was that the person was denying what was happening at the schools. Well, of course, if you're just filling positions based on anybody gets it or whoever is liked by this assistant superintendent, that person gets it. I don't recall her position being flown through personnel commission and being brought to you, to the board, for approval. So here we are again. It keeps happening with the nepotism. It's just rampant. You want to talk about transparency, and we just don't see it. So of course, when you have a boardroom that most of the time sits empty, most of the times you don't see us parents here unless there's a student getting an award. Most of the times you don't see staff unless there's something happening regarding negotiations. So if you want to have us here and engage us, we need to see transparency, not the nepotism, not none of this stuff that's happening in secrecy where even in closed session, I ask, who's getting promoted? Well, it's a big secret and it didn't used to happen that way. So we can't say we're moving forward in transparency when it's the opposite. So that was my public comment, but I have time left. So I want to touch on the safety because there's been so much safety concern. If you remember, a few years back, I came to you and I said, hey, can you at least put one security officer at the elementary schools? Because these are our most vulnerable kids. They're the youngest ones, at least one. And I remember back then, Danny, you brought up the cost. That was the first thing that you put in there. How much is it going to cost to put one per elementary? And I reminded everyone that was here at the time. Measure in. Every single property is paying Measure in. And Measure in was put forward to the voters under the pretense that it was going to be to remove asbestos, which there wasn't much, and for safety. And then we had Parkside, and nothing happened. So here we are again. We're hearing an increase on safety concerns. So can this be something that to be discussed? Because I hear contracts, and you're encouraging contracts, Dr. Rodriguez. You're encouraging contracts to outside vendors versus someone who is there to actually protect the children or at least deter, right? I would prefer that than contracts over and over. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Negrete. I believe that's it for public comments.
Yes, that's it.
All right, thank you, Karen. We will move on to 4.0, public hearings. 4.1, public hearing and adoption of sufficiency of TK 12 textbooks and instructional materials.
So we have Mrs. Applegate.
Yes, you have the information in front of you. Budget that we're going to be using for adoption of our TK materials. We have a new adoption on our expansion of TK. I can't find it. Where is it?
Point of order.
Sorry, Dr. President, it's your light. Yeah.
I see on the agenda that it's a resolution. Is that correct, Dr. Rodriguez?
It looks like it's written as a resolution, correct?
I just saw that
It
as
should
well. I
be
was
as a
looking at
public
it.
hearing.
It's a
Usually
public
it's a
hearing?
public hearing. You
It should
open
be
the
a- oh,
public
to
hearing.
open it?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what I
Yes.
was
all right.
thinking.
And then you close it based on the information that you have here.
Okay, for comments?
Let me go ahead and close our meeting, reopen for public hearing, and then I will go ahead and read this content. I believe we got a little bit of a narrative there. Ms. Applegate, would you like me to go through that?
Yes, I will read it for you. California Education Code Section 60119 specifies that the governing boards of school districts are subject to the requirements of Education Code Section 60119, as revised, you can see the title there, in order to receive instructional materials funds. The governing board of each district and county office of education is required to hold an annual public hearing and adopt a resolution stating whether each pupil in the district has sufficient test books or instructional materials in specified subjects that are aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with the content and cycles of the curriculum frameworks adopted by the state board. The adoption of designated textbooks for each course district-wide is an essential part of the development of an articulated, sequential, and standardized curriculum in each subject. The San Bernardino City Unified School District has an ongoing procedure whereby textbooks are continually reviewed and updated by committees that are representative of the school community. Books are reviewed for content and their match with district and state frameworks. This public hearing is being held to enable additional input by parents, teachers, and members of the community and bargaining union leaders in order to comply with Education Code 60119.
All righty, thank you, Ms. Applegate. And at this point, we would entertain any public comments regarding this. Were there any public comments?
There are none.
Okay, there are none. Any discussion on this? All right, Dr. Flores?
So, Ms. Applegate, we get this whenever we have to approve textbooks, right? And so the procedure is that our teachers and review them correctly,
Yes,
and
it's,
then
it's a resolution stating that we do have a process and protocol for adopting textbooks, and it's usually done by committee,
By
with votes by
committee.
teachers, and we have to be Williams compliant as well.
Okay. And do we have to approve this resolution to allow that? Okay. That was just a clarifying question that I had.
Thank
Okay.
you, Dr. Flores.
Thank
You are correct, and thank you for asking. So at this point, we would ask for a motion. Oh, sorry. Let me close the public hearing first. All right, we will close that. Now we will ask for a motion.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any further discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Dr. White, so we didn't have to go into the be it resolved portion before the vote?
No, I was told I did not have to.
Yes, he will read it after you vote, then he will say, be it resolved.
Okay, so that's what I'm clarifying. Okay.
Actually,
That
I don't believe
should have been before, but, okay.
Okay. Actually, we have the option to read or not, so I don't mind reading, though, if you'd like. All right, let's go ahead and vote, and then I'll go ahead and read it.
I think you should read it.
All right, I'll read it. The very last? Okay. All right, motion carries, and then I'll read the last section of it. Therefore, be it resolved for the 2022-2023 school year, the San Bernardino City Unified School District has provided each pupil with sufficient textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with the cycles and content of the curriculum frameworks. All right. And it's been closed, so we are moving on now to 5.0, closed session. Closed session public comments, 5.1.
There are no comments.
All right, then we will go into closed session, 5.2. Thank you. Are we? All right, folks, we're going to come back in session. Thank you for being patient with us and waiting. We really do appreciate that. I know sometimes our closed sessions go for a while. We get pretty heavy and hot into some conversations, but they're always important. Just wanted to announce right now, and for our folks that came to present on the cast, we really do appreciate you, number one, for being here. But we are going to table 8.2. Reason being is that we want to give it that much attention. It is a very important presentation to us. We may end up doing either a special board meeting or adding it to a board meeting that has a less tenuous schedule. But for us, we want to give it our full attention. And when we leave that presentation, we'll make sure we have a solid plan going in place because we know we got a lot of work to do. And we as a board, that's what we want to do to support you and your mission as well. And we want our community to know that's what's important to us is our student achievement. We know we've been through a heck of a couple years, but we know now we are there. We're getting back to normal. And we want to raise that bar of excellence and performance for our kids, but we know we got a lot of work to do. So we know it's an extremely important presentation to us, but at the same time, we want to be able to listen, ask plenty of questions, and be informative not just to you, but also to our community and our families and our staff. So may I have a motion? Oh, Dr. Flores, you had a comment. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say, you're all Ed Services, right? Can you raise your hands? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. This is so important that we really want to give it more attention. And we know you have very concrete solutions. And so we would like to have the time. We don't want to rush through it and so forth. But we want to really dig deep so that we can, show our support for you. And Ms. Applegate, in your leadership and with all the work that you do, we appreciate every one of you because I know you're working hard. We all know you're working hard. And we just want to give it the attention that it deserves. All right? So thank you.
Move to table 8.2.
Second.
I had a motion to move to table 8.2 and a second. Any discussion? Any other comments in regards to that? All righty. I will just say again, thank you for being patient with us. I know you had to sit here for a while this evening. It always takes up time away from your families. But it is that important to all of us, as I know it is to you. And we definitely want to be able to give our full support for us to be able to achieve what we say we're going to achieve. So thank you again. Let's go ahead and put it to a vote.
You're going to have to do.
Okay. We'll start left to right today. We'll go with Ms. Wiles.
Aye.
Vice President Tillman.
Aye.
I'm an aye. Aye. Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Rosales Medina. Dr. Rogers.
Aye.
All righty. Thank you, folks that were here this evening. Again, we do appreciate you. We're looking forward to that presentation. We're excited about it. Even if maybe we don't get the results and the information we might want to see, but we are excited about the work we're going to do for our students and what we will achieve with our kids and our scholars. So thank you again. We will move on to, please go home to your families. Thank you, though. We love seeing you. You can stick around with us, but I tell you, I don't know if you'd want to do that. Because my colleagues here, you know how they can get. Just kidding. I love them. All right. We are coming out 6, and we're not too far off schedule. Action reported from closed session 6.1. Approval of coordinator certificate support programs, employee development. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approved the appointment of the following employee: Sarah McCain, coordinator, certificate support programs, effective date, work, year, and salary to be determined, funding 419.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Let's go ahead and, any discussion? All right, let's hold that celebration. We're almost there. Okay.
Who seconded? I didn't hear.
Dr.
did.
Rogers? Oh.
I did.
Oh, Vice President Tillman, I guess, is saying. I saw 3 hands come up, actually. I saw Dr. Flores' hand, so.
No, I made the motion.
All right, so we motion and second. All right, we had discussion. That was our discussion. Let's vote. Well, this could be nerve-wracking. No, just kidding. All right, motion carries. Congratulations, Sarah. Are you here this evening so we can properly acknowledge? You have to stand up whenever we do this. You know that. Let's go ahead and stand up. All right, there you are. And thank you again for being patient and waiting for us. I know that had to be worth waiting for, so congratulations. All right, 6.2, approval of coordinator creative before and after school programs for success, CAPS, expanded learning. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employee, Laura Vega, coordinator creative before and after school programs for success, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined, funding source 492.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Is Laura Vega here this evening? Oh, over there. All right. Woo! Congratulations. Job well done. We appreciate that. All righty, moving on. These are always a good part, huh? A lot of fun. 6.3, expulsion of students. Let me go ahead and read that real quick. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's finding of facts and recommendations, and orders expulsion of the following students with identifications number as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code 48900.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
It's been moved and properly second. That was Dr. Rogers on that. All right, any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.4. Students recommended for suspension or expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of correction. Be it sorry, my board moved there. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of positive youth development and orders suspension or expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the Board of Education rules and regulations and compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
Moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.5. Petition to expunge, rescind, or modify youth court or expulsion. Be it resolved, the Board of Education authorize the expulsion and/or youth court modification, expungement, or rescinding of the following students with identification number as indicated below to schools of the San Marcos Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.6, other closed session action. There was no other closed session action. We will move on to 7.0, reports by union organizations. 7.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. There's no report. 7.2, California School Employees Association.
I think there's online.
All righty. And who do we have this evening?
Good evening, board members and Dr. Rodriguez. My name is Miguel Hernandez. I'm representing CSEA. I'm the second vice president of the E-Board and also campus security officer. I want to start by thanking our M&O members who have been working diligently through the extreme heat. In addition, our custodian staff who have gone above and beyond to keep our school sites clean and the flooded sites as well. Our nutrition services who provide our students with nutritious and appealing foods and beverages. And lastly, to Shirley Marble, our dispatcher supervisor, and the rest of the hardworking dispatchers who have been working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week 365 days out of the year to help us school police officers, CSOs, custodial staff, and keeping our school safe. And thank you very much, board.
All righty. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move on to 7.3, Communication Workers of America.
No report.
Thank you very much. 7.4, San Diego School Police Officers Association.
No report.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to 8.0, Reports and Presentations. 8.1, Unaudited Actuals, Financial Report for Fiscal Year 2021 through 2022.
Board President Wyatt, we are pleased to be able to provide you information on our unaudited actuals. Tongue twister there for us. So our Associate Superintendent, Harold Sullins, and his team will be presenting that information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. So good evening, Board President Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, members of the board, Dr. Rodriguez, and Cabinet. This evening, the County Services Team and Fiscal Services Team have put together our unaudited actuals for your review and approval this evening. Next slide, please. So tonight, we will provide an overview of the unaudited actuals, which is our final report for the 2021-22 fiscal year, which reports our activities of revenues and expenditures and other fiscal activities for that year. Additionally, we're going to review a comparison of our adopted budget, where we said our budget was headed back when the governor passed his May revision prior to the 21-22 fiscal year. Our estimated actuals, how we projected we were going to close the fiscal year, and what we're presenting this evening are unaudited actuals, which is actually how we closed our books, how we ended the year. And we'll provide an updated ending fund balance and restricted carryover amounts, as well as one-time fund overview for the board. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the historical combined general fund revenues and expenditures. The top line that goes along the bar graphs is the line graph represents our revenues for the district. We can see that revenues increased sharply between 2019-20 to 2021-22, which is a result largely of one-time funds provided to address the effects of COVID-19, new state categorical programs, as well as increases in LCFF funding, including updates to the concentration grant funding. You can see, board, there's a steady growth in expenditures over the years that flattens out during what we would consider the heart of the pandemic. This flattening was largely due to the year-long closure in 2021 that reduced expenditures across all categories, including our utilities, our transportation costs, our substitute employees. However, in 2021-22, we can see expenditures increased as students and staff return to school and in-person instruction, and our operations begin to normalize. Next slide. So this table provides the board and public with a comparison of the budget from adoption through unaudited actuals. For our discussion this evening, we'll compare the estimated actuals to our unaudited actuals. And our estimated actuals, just a reminder to the board, that's where we were projecting that we would end the fiscal year. And why we do that is, as we're preparing the 22-23 budget, we have to project what the beginning fund balance will be for that budget. So we have to provide an estimate until we actually close our books and we know what the true beginning fund balance for the start of the 22-23 fiscal year will be. So we can see in the revenues, line 2, from estimated actuals to unaudited actuals, we see an increase in revenues, which is largely attributed to our restricted resources. We saw increases as we closed the year in Title I of just under $1 million. We received a California Department of Public Health grant to offset the cost of staffing related expenses for administering COVID-related responses, as well as nutrition services received several funding sources, which include supply chain infrastructure that also represented in here, as well as redevelopment funds that we receive to support our facilities and maintenance programs. Okay. Additionally, on the unrestricted side, as we close the books, we have to represent a fair market value of what investments are. And so if the board recalls, the stock market took kind of a turn as we closed out the end of 2021-22. And from an accounting standpoint, we have to represent what the impact to our investments are, and report that from an accounting standpoint in our audit. Our unaudited actuals. This is really just a paper transaction. It doesn't mean that we won or lost any money. It just we have to account for what at that point in time our investments with our cash in the treasury would have reflected in terms of that downturn in the stock market. Okay. So on the expenditure side, which is represented on line 3, we see an increase of about $7.5 million, and that was due to vacation and non-workday payouts, summer school payments, as well as the retroactive bonus that was provided to staff in the last fiscal year settlement with all of our bargaining groups. Ultimately, this resulted in a positive change in fund balance of $12.9 million, and that's represented on line 5, going from 178.9 to $191.9 million, increasing the combined general fund balance to that 191.9. Of that amount, 83.1 remains for our restricted program uses. We have set aside 18.75 million for our reserve for economic uncertainties, which is 2% of our overall general fund expenditures, as well as assignments for our to meet our minimum proportionality requirement for our LCAP of just over $37 million, and the remaining $54 million is set aside or assigned to help offset the impacts of our projected deficit spending. Overall, the change from what we projected we would end the year and how we actually ended the year represented about a change of 1.5%, which is really good and really no small effort to our fiscal services and accounting team in terms of their work. So with that, with this table, I've given a lot of information, so I'd like to pause and see if there are any questions before we proceed.
Dr. Rogers?
Quick question. On number 10, the reserve for other assignments, can you remind me what that is?
So absolutely. So the reserve for other assignments, after we meet our 2% reserve for economic uncertainties, the remaining funds we assign for specific purposes. And in this situation, because of a change in law for supplemental concentration or LCAP funding, if we do not fully expend what we've allocated in the prior fiscal year to support our unduplicated pupil, we now have to carry that over and expend it in the LCAP in the subsequent year. So to that point, of that amount, that 92.1 million, 37 million is set aside for meeting that minimum proportionality requirement to serve those unduplicated pupils. The remaining 54 million is set aside to offset the projected deficit spending that we have over the next 3 years. No problem.
Vice President Tillman? Oop, sorry about that.
In the past, we had a line that said unassigned and undesignated. For this amount of money, I think we should have a line that shows money that's not specifically designated and that the board hasn't approved. But if you realize this much new money, I'm sure there's some money that hasn't been specifically designated to be spent, right?
Yeah, so as you'll see, line 11 is that unassigned or unappropriated.
It says zero, though.
Correct. So in the other assignments, we had to obviously assign for the minimum proportionality. The remaining amount was for offset deficit spending, but to your point, Mr. Tillman, maybe having that reserve for deficit spending actually represented as unassigned or unallocated for board discussion is what I'm hearing.
Because my concern is what has to be transmitted is that we have a substantial amount of money that can be spent to address the many needs we have in the district. And I think if you present it where you have no money left, and it gives the illusion that everything is already spoken for, and it isn't. And I mean, I still have parents showing me letters from teachers asking for tissue and pencils. Somehow we got to get the message out that we have money to pay for pencils and tissue at class sites, and you do not have to ask the parents to donate it. So Dr. Rodriguez, maybe we can send out a message to your administrators and tell them if teachers have needs for supplies, and if somehow the site can't supply them, then the district needs to. Because I'm sure, Mr. Sullivan, you would agree that the district can pay for tissues and pencil and supplies, right?
Would agree.
So, but it should be, we're at a point right now where that should be the message that's going out. It's the same thing with the devices. We as a board said because of COVID that we had sites give their devices to their students to take home. And we said to them, we're going to replace your devices. And I'm hearing stories about sites asking to have their devices replaced, and they're being told that, we gave you devices already. But did they give them all the devices that they gave out? And we have the funding to do it. So to me, the actions of the district staff should reflect that we have the funding to take care of these problems. And I shouldn't hear about people not being able to receive the tools they need at their sites to help their kids be successful. And later you're going to talk about even the extra money that's unspent. So there's absolutely no reason for us to not be able to make sure that these sites are getting the computers and other supplies that they need. And it's frustrating for me. At the County of San Bernardino, I do the same type of thing. And it's not unusual. Right now, I have a department, DAS, and they have $1 million at the end of the year they realize. So they came to us and say, how can we spend this money? We do it a lot with technology. But I have the attitude and philosophy that the person that owns the business is going to work with me to tell me what they want. And I facilitate that. I'm not going to tell them, you can't have the devices that you tell me you need. Somehow this district has to get there, and we're not there. And the part that concerns me is some of this money is use it or lose it. And Mr. Sullivan, I've said it over and over again. I do not want to get to a point where we realize in 3 years that some of the money didn't get spent just because we didn't expedite the request from sites and make sure that we get the estimates and process and get these things bought. We're also in competition with other entities that are buying the same things that we want. So the sooner we put in the order, the better. So, Dr. White, I think, I know we're going to have a special meeting about prioritizing, but maybe we can do a committee to ensure that the ESSER money is on track of being spent. I don't like doing committees, but this would be one that I'd be willing to volunteer for and maybe meet once a month to ensure that this money is going to be expended, because our district has too many needs to leave any money on the table. And I have a real concern right now just because of the feeling I get in terms of the message is not getting down to the staff in the district that we have money that can solve our problems.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Dr. Flores?
I agree with Mr. Tillman that we do need to form a committee and monitor and also let our sites know that we have funds available for their needs and their priorities. But I also am concerned, can you restate how much LCAP money was not spent last year?
Yeah, so we're setting aside $37 million. That's actually a bit more than the requirement. On the offset that we can't fully expend that, we have additional expenditures, but it's approximately 35 million total.
5 or 37?
37 million is set aside because we have additional expenditures in case some of those other expenditures
So
don't
that
realize.
should be noted on a line
Okay.
because of the law that says that it has to, what do you call it? Has to go back, right?
Carryover, yes.
Yeah, it has to go, what?
Yeah, the carryover.
Yeah, the carryover has to go back into that category. And, you know, we're going to be looking at academic achievement. We're going to be looking at different aspects of unduplicated pupils. So that's good to know that we have that funding so that we can earmark it for whatever resources our sites need and so forth, and whatever programs we have. And I know it's under Ms. Applegate and Ed Services, so I think that needs to be clear. And then also, in terms of other priorities and so that's 37 million. So what's the remainder?
Oh, that's ongoing too, also, Dr.
Right.
Flores.
Pardon me?
No.
That's ongoing funding, right? No?
No.
Is it one time?
So the carryover is one time because it's what you didn't spend this year, so that's only a one time.
And how much of that is ongoing?
None of that's ongoing. The 37
just-
million is what was unspent, so it's only one time because it's only one time. I won't call it savings, but it's a one-time amount that we have to carry into the next
But
year.
I guess my point, Dr. Flores, is that same $37 million is budgeted again for this year, right?
Correct. So
If there weren't expenditures the prior year to expend those funds that are ongoing funds, then you will have that money again the following year, unless you hire some people, right?
Potentially, the increase was due to some plans in the LCAP that didn't materialize. So ideally, those wouldn't repeat in the same level, but the point is taken.
And I guess this is a good conversation because you said the plans didn't materialize. So let's say it was $20 million that somebody thought they were going to hire people, right? And they didn't. So if they didn't then, are you telling me now that somebody else has said, okay, they didn't hire the people last year, but I'm going to hire them this year? Has somebody said that?
So the dollars that, to your example, last time the hiring didn't proceed versus they attempted to hire and just didn't get the positions. The actual hiring didn't proceed, or planned hiring did not proceed, meaning they did not post positions.
So my point is there somebody who's saying that they're going to proceed with those positions, or are they saying they want to do something different with that money?
So just to interject, there was a plan that was submitted to the board for your approval for LCAP funds, and in that does outline additional positions that would be going to school sites. So that money, the plan is that the monies that we have for this year would be spent on providing those hires to get them to the school sites.
How many additional positions are there?
Lots.
Yes, we have several attendance verifiers. We have multi-tiered system of support coordinators at each school site. So I brought that when we did the LCAP workshop. So we have reallocated those funds for some positions that are at the school sites themselves. We've also reinvested in some other programs and other things that we are doing because that money was parked for the service delivery model. So we've reallocated that to shift the positions to the site and then to also re-engage in other programs that we are doing.
And I would say that the board, I'm sure, would like to know what new positions are being proposed for this money because it is substantial. And so if you guys have a list and a plan for how this new money is going to be spent, and you're saying yourselves they are new positions, I don't know, maybe I missed something. Do other board members know what positions they're talking about that are new?
When we did the LCAP workshop
They
with you,
presented it.
we had
They
the list of
presented
all
it,
the
yeah.
positions that we presented you and let you know that they were site-based positions. We had it all
Approved
laid
it.
out.
We
But we
approved
can bring that back to the board.
That'd be great. Just you don't have to bring it back to a meeting, but just make sure we get
Of
it
course,
out.
we'll
So
resend it so that
thank
you
you
can
very
have it.
much. I appreciate it.
Okay, so the remainder of the of the rest of the money is not allocated yet.
So no, it's assigned, in terms of the document, it's assigned for deficit spending because over the next 3 years, we project deficit spending. Correct.
And part of that is not the ESSER money.
No.
Okay, this is our regular money that we get from the
Correct.
state. Okay,
Correct.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Wyatt, did we project deficit spending for this previous fiscal year?
Correct, we did.
And did we deficit spend?
No, we projected 12 million, just under 13 million in deficit spending. We actually had a positive variance of 28 million.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's continue.
All right, next slide, please. So as mentioned previously, the restricted ending fund balance was $83.1 million. So we wanted to show, and again, those are dollars that are set aside and must be spent for the purposes outlined in those specific programs that are restricted. And so we just wanted to provide the board over the next 2 slides what those restricted resources are and point out to the board, and they're the actual bolded resources or programs. We had a number of new state categorical programs that we are identifying by the bolded. As compared to last year when we closed the books, we only had 7 categories. We have 17 this time. So it just goes to show you the amount of new categorical programs that the state added during the last fiscal year. The most significant ones were Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which was 27 million. However, we received the funding mid-year and the board had to approve a plan, which the board did. And so those funds didn't get spent completely last year, and so they carried over into the next year so that they could be expanded or utilized to expand our after-school and sunrise programs, which our CAPS team have done an incredible job with. Child nutrition also received some additional smaller funding for infrastructure as well as supply chain assistance. We had educator effectiveness grants of just under 12 million, just over $12 million that was used to really prepare our educators over the next several years, which is represented there as well. The board approved a plan there. Next slide. And then just ongoing A through G improvement grants. These were grants provided by the state to improve the A through G success rates of our students, and so those funds are available, and there has been a plan developed by College and Career that will be implemented over the next several years to utilize those dollars. Overall, again, 83.1 million represents the total of those resources. Next slide, please. So we wanted to provide the board as a starting point to an upcoming board study session on one-time funding. Not only are we dealing with one-time funding that we received to address the COVID pandemic, but we're also in the state adopted budget receiving one-time funding from the state level going forward for a number of activities largely associated with learning recovery. So what's in front of you is just a pie chart that shows the ESSER 2 funding that indicates the total spent, the total budget, as well as other assignments. So we can see based on that pie graph, we've spent just under $38 million. We have just under $41 million budget. And then we've also have a category for other assignments that have come through in terms of board priorities. And just some of those board priorities, we heard a speaker this evening, Dr. John, speak about the subsidy for the preschool program for employees and families, which was a board direction to provide one-time funding to support that initiative, as well as information that you were going to hear on a previous presentation regarding supporting our ETSA program, increased funding for our high school base sports budgets, as well as additional costs to address some of the hiring challenges that we've had over the past and current year related to custodial, 20 limited term substitutes, overtime, to pay for coverage for our custodians. So a lot of investments that have come from the dais, from our board, that we are utilizing these one-time funds to support. Next slide. Yes.
I'd like to ask a question. Dr. Wyatt?
All right, Dr. Flores, let's go
Okay,
ahead.
I'll keep it short.
Thank you.
This, that's a lot of money, 109 million, 109.9. And to Mr. Tillman's point, we need specifics. We need to know what areas it's already allocated for and what other areas we can allocate, because the timeline is September 30th, 2023. Does that mean it has to be spent, or does that mean that it's designated or encumbered?
New flexibility from the federal government indicates we have to obligate it, but we'll have an 18-month run out to actually fully expend.
Is that what that means?
Correct.
Okay, so that it can be encumbered, or you call it, what did you call it?
So a rundown
A
period?
rundown,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, a rundown.
Or, yeah, obligated and then a rundown
Okay.
period.
But for me, I would like to know where it's already been allocated for, based on what we all think is needed, but then what else remaining, and what categories can we spend it in?
Absolutely,
yeah.
and I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
So, and that was part of the conversation that we'll have with the board to provide that additional information, to speak to additional priorities that the board has. Part of these fundings have been gone through the board in terms of the ASAP program, and then the ESSER 3 plan that was approved last October. And then there's been additional priorities that the board has set aside, so that will provide information.
I know that
on.
we make the decision, but we need to know from the field, what are the needs, the priorities, what do we need to do in terms of, our sites and also our M&O, all of those aspects of it. And I don't know, I don't recall exactly the categories, in terms of facilities, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely, we'll provide
And
the board.
also, that applies to ESSER 3 as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Sullins, the concern I have about the date change and the extension is that you still have to have the project or what you're going to buy almost encumbered before this September 30, 2023, right?
Correct.
And the problem that poses is this. If you think that you're going to encumber it, hoping that you're going to spend it after that date, but if something goes bad, then you lose that money because it's not going to allow you to use it for something else. This happens all the time. I deal with it all the time at the county. If you encumber something that year, the current fiscal year, it rolls over into the next year, you're going to pay the vendor. As long as you pay that vendor, everything's okay. But if something goes wrong with that vendor, then you lose the ability to reuse that money to pay for something else with a different vendor. And it sounds like that's going to be the similar case with this, right?
That's correct.
So my point is, we really should be looking to expend as many of these funds before September 30th, 2023 as possible. So therefore, for instance, if I say I'm going to go out and buy 2,000 iPads, and I do the bid and I get it in by December, and we pick a vendor and something goes wrong in January, and that vendor doesn't come through, that's okay, because we can cancel that PO and go spend the money on somebody else. I still have the flexibility. So I encourage us to make sure that we try to expend our money before the 2023 date and not look at the encumbrance part as the way to do it.
I would agree with that. And in my previous district, when the CARES Act funding expired on a short timeline, that's exactly what we did. And then once we got to fully expend it, the state extended it. We're not relying on that. We certainly don't want to rely on flexibility. We want to know that those dollars expended in advance.
And with that, I say to all the assistants, superintendents, it's up to you all to lead the charge in making sure that people know the money is there, and that we need to spend it. I'm not getting the feeling within our district that we're doing that, and it really does concern me because we have too many needs. We are still functioning like we don't have money. We have money right now that has to be spent.
Thank you.
Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you. So just really quickly as well, I was going to say some of these comments towards the end, but I think that they're pertinent at this point. One of the biggest issues that I have, quite frankly, is I'm not entirely sure what the plan is or has been. I think we've kind of been allocated as it went. Honestly, I had better clarity of kind of the direction that the district was going when we did have the superintendent, in terms of, okay, you know, we want these positions and this is the overarching, you know, direction of the district. Like, it was easier for me to follow. I've been a little lost since then, to be honest. And I know that things have continued. Just for me, it's been a little bit more difficult to follow along, especially with the huge amount of money that we've received. So computers and supplies are great, but we need people, right? We need solutions on how to help and on how to assist sites, students, principals, teachers, aside from just giving them stuff, right? We don't know how to spend the money, is what I'm hearing. I have Dr. Flores, you know, just saying we need to reach back out to the sites and see what they need. That tells me we don't know, right? And so that's a problem for me. So now I'm hearing we have all this money and we're afraid that we're going to return it back to the state or, you know, where it came from. And we obviously don't want to do that. But I have concerns. I don't just want to spend the money for the sake of spending money just on stuff, again, just for the sake of spending it, right? We need to make sure that we know where the need is and we address it and we allocate funds. You know, we were talking about safety and wellness earlier, right? We were talking about principals closing the restrooms. They closed it for a reason, whether we agree to it or don't agree to it, or they violated ed code or what have you. But there's a need. We need to be talking about those needs at the same time as we're talking about these funds. Because obviously I'm sitting here kind of lost. Okay, well, we have all this money on this end, but then, you know, where are we supposed to be? We want to spend it, but I want to spend it wisely. That's what I was elected to do. And I can't say I can do that right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. All right, Mr. Solon, let's continue.
Fine. So next slide is similar layout and information, just updated for the ESSER 3 funding. Obviously, the deadline is extended a year beyond ESSER 2. So we have this current year and then the subsequent year to expend these funds. So we have currently budgeted for this year expenditures of $112.4 million. We have other assignments related to ESSER funding. So a lot of infrastructure. So to Mr. Tillman's point, being under contract, you know, when you have this type of money, you need to make significant investments. One of those investments, facility-related expenses, and so obligating those funds, being under contract with the vendors so that we can fully expend those funds. So roofing, replacement of our HVAC units at some of our older units across the district. The board took action on interactive TVs for classrooms across the district. So these are large, significant capital investments that we're making and are represented in our ESSER 3 funding. So I see lights, so I'll pause there. Lights? Do you want to, would you want me to keep going? Yeah. So I'll keep going then. So then the next one is the one-time COVID funding for AB 86. This is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, not to be confused with the Expanded Learning Opportunities Programs, which is our before and after school program. We can see this was a much smaller pot of money. So the majority of that funding is spent, and we have until 2024 to expend those funds. We do have a small portion that is utilized for paraprofessional support that will be spent or will be allocated over this current budget year and next year to make sure that we're fully expending and utilizing those resources. And then,
How much do we have left out of that grant?
so that is a 4.3 million.
4.3 million?
Correct.
For paraprofessionals?
Well, it's actually, for paraprofessionals, it's about 3.6 million.
And the rest of it?
Overall, those are for learning recovery. Yeah.
Thank you.
And with that, this is just providing the board with a budget and LCAP calendar for the coming year, September 22nd, obviously where we're at with the unaudited actuals. The next report that will provide formal report will be at first interim, which is due by December 15th. But in between that, we will have a special board study session to review information and get updated guidance from the board on priorities with available funding. And with that, I thank you, and I will take the remaining
All right,
questions.
Mr. Song, thank you. Looks like we have a few questions. Vice President Tillman?
I just want to assure people that I know for a fact that the district administration and the sites know what they need the money for. It's not as though you don't know what your needs are. And just as Ms. Applegate said earlier, she's going to come back to us and show us where the additional money is being spent in the LCAP. And it's going to be used in a way that's going to benefit our students, because the money does benefit students. When I emphasize the process of spending money, it's not because you all don't know what you want to spend the money on. It's the technicality of making sure we do it in order to take advantage of the money. Not to waste it, not just to spend it, not because I don't know what to spend it on. No, you all know what to spend it on. A prime example is Mr. Sullivan had me in a meeting months ago about wanting to do a bond, right, Mr. Sullivan? And they brought it to the board. And board president was there. But so if we had to, we could use some of this money even to benefit some of the facility stuff, if that's how the board prioritizes it in the next meeting. So we know we have a whole list of things we can easily spend this money on. It's just a matter of prioritizing it. But the key for me is, because I know what it takes to spend money in a government organization, and it's not easy. You got to go out for 3 bids. That takes time. You're going to have a vendor that's going to respond. Then when you get the equipment, you have to make sure you have everything paid for to allow you to bring it in and set it up, even if it's not equipment, whatever it is we're going to buy, but it's a process. So I'm saying let's expedite the process so we can spend it by this deadline. And you know as well as I do, 2023, what's the date? September 30, 2023 is going to come real fast. And all I'm saying is we need to make sure that we start the process of purchasing the things that we already know our students need. Thank you.
And before we go on to other questions, I completely agree with Mr. Tillman. Some of it is not just purchasing things, some of it is staff time, extra duty, et cetera. And so when we talk about budget, we talk about other assignments, as I mentioned, there's a number of things that the board has prioritized that are in those other assignments for expenditures. I've mentioned the preschool. We talked about one-time compensation. So there are several things that are already allocated, so they won't necessitate that we're actually going out and purchasing something. They're existing things, and we already have a significant amount of those things. But to Mr. Tillman's point, and it's not lost on me because I've done government purchasing for a long time as well, you know, we can't wait to the last minute, especially, and I think I shared this at a recent LCAP meeting, just because you encumbering money doesn't mean you spent it. And so I always remind folks that, and so I'm acutely aware of that. And so we are, and we talk on our team, we talk in cabinet about the items that we need to expend dollars on with these resources, but we also talk about the need to ensure that the dollars get spent. because encumbering just doesn't do the trick.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, thank you. And I do want to piggyback because I do agree with both Mr. Tillman as well as Ms. Ceballos when it comes to how we're going to look at funding. Lately, and we've been hearing it all day today with some of the issues when it comes to campus security, campus safety, the safety and wellness and so forth. So when we're looking at that, you mentioned one of the, I think it was ESSER 3, that you mentioned facilities, right? And so then how are we looking at some of the concerns of the parents? You know, and the reality is we've had issues like these before. I know my children went through, you know, high school and having lockdowns and having to make sure that our students were safe on school campus. Maybe we have to revisit that as well and looking at spending some funding to ensure that our, you know, there's no, and I think we did that with Eric Vitier looking at campuses on how, you know, the gates, if there was open spaces, you know, is it easily accessible? Now, why is it not being locked, or is it locked? Is it staff? You know, so we have to really look at that. But I guess when it comes to the fencing and all these other things, maybe that can be utilized, or maybe it is being utilized through the budget for the ESSER funds as well.
Great comment. And I would just add one thing to know about any budget. A budget is priorities, and priorities shift. And so, as I mentioned, there is an ASAP plan, but as we're in the current environment and we hear obviously from our families, our community about safety, those priorities change. And so as we look towards the budget study session, it is about representing, okay, here are the resources available, here are the priorities, and again, there are new priorities that we're seeing come to light, and so then that's an opportunity for the board to provide input and direction on where to allocate those resources based on what the current priorities are, because priorities do shift. Where we were at the beginning of reopening schools, we talk about it with our COVID response and our AMLSC, we're not in the same place. And so looking at where those resources start to move to better meet the needs and priorities of the district where we are today.
Maybe that is really looking at having a special presentation. I know we're thinking about doing one already, but looking at when it comes to campus security, and it's not necessarily hiring more school police officer security campus officers. It's more looking at how secure are the campuses to begin with, and ensuring we're providing extra support there. But thank you so much for the report.
Thank you, Mr. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores?
I just want to reiterate again, Mr. Sullins and the budget people that are here. We as a board need to know already details. I want to visually see what is it we already have that we have money designated for, because right now we're talking in generalities, and I'm a person that needs to see it visually. You know, here's the category, here's what's already not encumbered, but we haven't, that we are going to do, right? This is our plan, and it's already in motion. This is the process. You know, also, what are the categories under each of these fundings that we can allocate money to, given the needs that we have? And you know, I do remember from LCAP that we did approve all of those the money going to the sites for positions, for programs, and all of that. That was really, really key. I went to the LCAP meetings, and that's why I know. And so it's real important. That part, I think we have already, but it's you know, what have we committed already? How much? And what more do we need, given the concerns that we've heard from our parents about safety, about you know, ensuring, like, you know, I think if it's true, we shouldn't be locking the bathrooms. I mean, that's, you know, that's not okay. And so we need to, you know, examine that and so forth. And what Mr. Tillman says, you know, having a committee, where is that money going to be spent? And it shouldn't just be encumbered. What's the plan? You know, and what are the deadlines, and what do we need to do? And I know that our sites know stuff. They already know what they need. And Mr. Tillman, I appreciate what you said. You know, we just need to ask them, you know, and let them know that we have the funds. What do we need to do? And they're the ones that need to tell us. So I just can't emphasize enough that when we do have our study session, that all of that is delineated, and so that we know what's already been set aside. What is it that we need to set aside and go forward with? I know that, like, for example, there's so many priorities. Like, our buildings need to be painted. I mean, and I saw some plans. You guys didn't get to see them, but we were at maintenance M&O, and Mr. Precy showed me some plans. They're beautiful, 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 beautiful ways of, you know, painting our buildings, our school buildings. And anyway, I just thank you again. So thank you also out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Dr. Donnie Rogers.
Thank you, and I won't belabor what was already said that I was going to say, but I'll just say this, because I did hear, we may know, we may not know, just we need to have the meeting sooner than later. You know, I'm hearing committees, and if you can do it quicker, because we need to see this so we can weigh in on it, so we can move forward with it. So either we know or we don't know, but whatever the case is, all I'm saying is, you know, we need to see it all when we see it, and to begin to direct and you know, go ahead and say, yes, move forward, you know, so we don't run out of those times. So I'll be looking for that, and not to discuss it again and again and again. What is the next step?
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Ms. Ceballos?
Very quickly, you know, when I make mention of we need to know where we spend the money, I guess I'm specifically referring to outcomes as well. So if we're going to say that we're going to allocate this amount of money for this purpose, then there has to be an outcome that we're looking at specifically, right? And it has to be, I know we have our metrics, right? But it just feels like it's too far. It's too far out for me. If we have the money, let's talk about wellness, right? Let's talk about those wellness centers that we've been approached about. You know, if we have the money, why are we in previous conversations saying that we couldn't do hiring, you know, because it would basically add to our total expenditure. So things like that. I guess I'm just kind of behind on where we're at in terms of, you know, before when the previous superintendent was here, we couldn't do permanent hires, but now we can again. That's still kind of confusing to me, and it's very vague. And I guess I'm just seeking for more clarity and making sure that when we do allocate that money, that it is tied to measurable outcomes. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Vice President Tillman.
Ms. Ceballos, you made a very, very valid point, and Mr. Sullins can really either agree with me or not. But we did see a whiplash change, because prior to COVID, the budget was, the ending balance was $40 million, and we were concerned about a structural deficit. And to see where you're going from an ending balance of $40 million to $109 million in 1 year's time, we've never seen that before, right? It's unprecedented, but we didn't foresee all this new funding coming. So you're right, we were at a point where we were saying you can't add any ongoing costs, and then all of a sudden we got all this new inflow of one-time money and ongoing money, because they also increased LCFF for us. And so you're right, we did, within a year and a half, went from not having any money to having a whole bunch. That actually happened. Yeah, when Mr. Irwin first came here, there was a list of positions he wanted for the whatever the service delivery model was, and I could not foresee us having the funding because I was concerned about how low the ending balance was the previous year. So you're right. The direction there was, we can do one-time spending. We cannot add anything that's ongoing. All that has changed since then. Am I right, Mr. Sullins?
Yeah, so to Mr. Tillman's point, when the pandemic started, the economy took a significant hit. So in a matter of 2-3 months, the state was projecting 10% cuts to district budgets. And then they came up with a plan to stave off by doing deferrals. And then as the new budget year started, the economy started to strengthen and revenue started to exceed projections, and it's sort of a paradox that's hard to understand, how we went from in one breath 10% cuts being proposed to now the state is got surpluses in $40 billion. So it has been a change in terms of whiplash, so to speak. Things have gotten better, as I shared in the previous board meetings, but there are signs that the economy could worsen with a recession, and what will that look like? So it can happen that quickly. And to Ms. Ceballos' point, prior to me starting officially, we were already meeting as a team to talk about ways to use restricted resources to help offset the unrestricted general fund, because we were looking at a $40 million structural deficit, and then you started to see increases in state revenue. So it has been a change, and I can completely understand it can be hard to keep up with sometimes, for all of us.
My last comment, thank you. He's giving me a look. In terms of ed services, Mrs. Applegate, I know that our teachers and our administrators need knowledge. Knowledge is power. And whether it's through ongoing professional development, going to conferences where they're invigorated, where they're, they need to go. Anytime I go to a conference, my imagination opens up. It's really important to learn new things. We're lifelong learners, and I hope that you're including all of that in your budget or whatever you're hearing from the sites, because it's really important for them to. And I know Dr. Funches is shaking his head, and so is Dr. Rodriguez, because knowledge is power. And if we're going to raise the academic, scores, we need to invest in our teachers and in our administrators and in their knowledge building. So I hope you include that. I just remembered that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and Ms. Son, thank you for your presentation, as well as your team here this evening. We do appreciate it, and we look forward to how we will spend this money in the future. All right, let's move on. 8.2 was tabled for a meeting at another time. We are on 9.0, board discussion. 9.1, custodial oversight.
So at one of our previous board meetings, we were asked to follow up in regards to consensus from the board in regards to custodial oversight being at maintenance and operations versus at the principal level. The maintenance and operation team has put together a presentation for you to hopefully to better understand the benefits that we have put in place in order to make sure that our schools are clean and that our principals can concentrate on student achievement. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Castillo, who is our Maintenance and Operations Director, who will lead our presentation.
Alrighty, thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Mr. Castillo, welcome. And thank you to our team for being patient as well. I know it gets late in the evening and probably interesting as you listen to our questions, I'll put it that way. But great to see you all here tonight. Thanks again.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Priest is going to go ahead and open up for us.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Board President Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Mr. Tillman, board members, cabinet, as well as San Bernardino City Unified School District community. Thank you very much for having us here and giving us an opportunity to present to you tonight. We're going to share some information regarding custodial operations and its oversight, as Dr. Rodriguez explained. This evening, we're joined with our Director of Maintenance and Operations, Joe Castillo, our Operations Manager, Thomas Candelaria, Custodial Supervisor, Flavio Mejia, our Director of HR Classified, Alexis Jenks, Director of Personnel Commission, Irma Garcia, and the good-looking bunch behind me is our custodial supervisors. So I want to welcome them and thank them for being here this evening. We're going to present information regarding custodial operations, the reasons as to why we did the transition of the custodians from the site supervision over to the M&O supervision. We're going to talk about some good things that have occurred since that process, as well as some of the challenges that we're still working through and overcoming. You're going to hear about how the team has implemented a standardized quality inspection process focused on improving school cleanliness and appearance, a custodial handbook, first of its kind within the district, that was created in collaboration with our custodians as well as with our union leadership. We'll also talk about the in-depth training program, providing professional development and training from industry professionals that we're implementing, which resulted in what a lot of folks have said have been the cleanest start of a school year. We've heard that from many of the individuals up on that dais, as well as some influential people within the community. And what I'd like to mention before I turn this over to Mr. Castillo is a process known as operational excellence. And that process is a concept of continuous improvement. And that's plan, do, study, and adjust. It's something that the district has embraced for many years. It's something that our maintenance and operation team also embraces. And we recognize that with a change like what we're going through, there's going to be some new processes that may not be perfect upon introduction. There's going to be a growing process, a maturation process, be that as it may. However, through our process of studying the results, adjusting our methodology, and implementing the improvements, which we'll talk about how we've done that, we will continue to refine and provide for cleaner schools. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Parisi. Thank you, Board. So first, I'm going to talk about some opportunities that have been provided with the M&O department now overseeing the site custodians. So site custodians now have industry professionals providing oversight to help close any knowledge gaps that may have been previously present. The Maintenance and Operations Department is also providing continuous support during both the day and evening shifts for all site custodians. This support is now also provided during all district extended breaks, such as spring, winter, and summer, when site administrators are not present full-time on campus. This allows for the work to be more focused and precise during these periods of time. Also with this transition, we have created a consistent expectation in the performance of services. We have also been able to look at the assignment schedules and evaluate their operational effectiveness in supporting site cleanliness and maintenance. We have been able to make those adjustments utilizing the appropriate process to better serve our sites. In working with our union partners, we codified an MOU that provides the flexibility needed to enhance the cleanliness and support at our sites. The flexibility to move members of the custodial team to sites that need additional support allowed us to have the successful summer cleanup that we did have this year. This flexibility has and will continue to benefit the district for time to come. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Garcia, the Director of the Personnel Commission.
Good evening, Board. My name is Irma Garcia. I'm the Personnel Director for the Personnel Commission, and I will be talking about the hiring process that takes place in the Personnel Commission. So since the Maintenance and Operations oversees the district custodial service, we are working towards streamlining the fill of vacancies electronic paperwork process. And we are working with Fiscal Services, the Human Resources Department, and the Personnel Commission. We're hoping that this will expedite the hiring process for these positions. When custodial positions are vacated due to resignations, retirements, promotions, transfers, etc., the Maintenance and Operations Department initiates the fill of vacancy process. This requires Fiscal Services approval and going through that process before it reaches us. The fill of vacancy process is important because it provides my team, the Personnel Commission team, with important information such as location of the vacancy, hours, months, and work schedules, etc. Those details are also made available to our current custodial service who may want to transfer into those other positions that are available. I also wanted to share with the board some highlights with regards to custodial interviews. My team, the Personnel Commission team, recently facilitated interviews to fill 18 positions, custodial positions. These covered most vacancies. There are also interviews scheduled within the next couple of weeks to fill the remaining vacancies. And those are four remaining vacancies that we have in our records. Once interviews take place and selections are made, my team extends tentative job offers. And upon acceptance of those tentative job offers, that information is then forwarded to the Human Resources Department, who completes the hiring process for those selected candidates. Other highlights are our continuous recruitments. My team regularly recruits for these positions and continuously extends employment opportunities information at district-sponsored events such as the honor roll ceremonies, back-to-school nights, parent meetings, etc. And we are also looking at increasing our substitute pool by we're going to be opening a recruitment that is substitute focused. And so that's going to be done in the next couple of weeks as well, so that we can increase that pool. And at this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Alexis Jenks, Director of Human Resources, who will provide additional information regarding the hiring process. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President, members of the Board and Cabinet. My name is Alexis Jenks, and I support as the Human Resources Director of Classified. So picking up the process from Ms. Garcia, after the tentative offer is conducted in the Personnel Commission office, the tentative offer is sent to Human Resources, and our team begins the hiring process. So applicants are called between 1 to 2 business days, and if they are formally accepting the offer of employment, then that is where we're scheduling and starting the background process. The background process does consist of fingerprinting, drug testing, and they're providing results of negative TB. We do receive background clearances approximately 3 to 5 business days, and so once our staff has received the clearances, then they are immediately contacting them to set a start date for that person. If the person is someone that is coming from outside a district and a 2-week notice is required, that process can take approximately 3 to 4 weeks from the time that we've received the tentative offer to the time that we have a start date and that person is in seat in the said position. If a 2-week notice is not required, then the process can take approximately 2 to 3 weeks. Next slide, please. So one of the challenges that are presented in the Human Resources Department with relation to shortages is the availability of applicants who are willing to sub. So as a merit system, most of our applicants, good majority of our applicants are applying for permanent positions. And so we receive the applications for subs from the Personnel Commission. However, once we receive them and they are canvassed by our staff, what we have found is that people have expressed to us that they are interested in competing for permanent positions. They're not interested in the on-call as needed positions. Although we do have a need for substitutes and there are opportunities for substitutes to work on a daily basis, that is still their consensus as they are interested in permanent positions. If we do receive an interested applicant, again, that hiring process is expedited. We are contacting them within 1 to 2 days from receipt of an application from the Personnel Commission. They are going through the background process. As soon as we receive clearances in Human Resources, they are scheduled to come in to complete onboarding documents. They are scheduled to attend an 8-hour custodial training meeting. And then they are given, the day after custodial training, we are placing them directly into a long-term assignment by way of an employee being out and or a vacant position. Although the shortage of subs. It does present challenges. Human Resources and the district is committed to continually working with the Personnel Commission to try to help with recruitment efforts and to also just make sure that we are very timely in the hiring process. I will now be turning it over to Mr. Castillo, Director of Maintenance and Operations.
Thank you, Ms. Jenks. Some other challenges that we had come across in this transition is we discovered at the beginning and have been correcting is that some sites adjusted their custodian's work schedule to the detriment of the site's cleanliness. Also, during the evenings, there were approximately 175 custodians who did not have oversight or someone who would be able to provide them support, knowledge, or supplies if needed. During extended breaks such as spring, winter, and summer, there were approximately 275 custodians that had no oversight whatsoever. We recognize, though, that there have been some concerns from site administrators and their ability to provide direction to the custodians. So in the last fall conference session, we reiterated direction. This has been shared with administrators a few times, but we do recognize that with any new process, sometimes clarification is needed. We also clarified the call-off process in which the existing MOU does state custodians should notify their site administrator. Unfortunately, there were also inconsistent custodial services discovered throughout the district when we began having oversight of the custodians. We do know that there are still challenges ahead, but this team behind me is dedicated and has the fortitude to continue on forward to do what's best for our students and community. I will now turn it over to Mr. Candelaria, who will discuss our handbook and training.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Thank you, Board, for this opportunity. On January 3rd, 2022, custodians district-wide were contacted to create a committee that consisted of custodial supervisors, custodians 1, 2s, and 3s, and our partners at CSEA were also invited. This committee collaborated, reviewed, suggested updates to the handbook. This new custodial handbook is the first of its kind for the district and intends to serve as guidance for the custodial staff and supervisors on standards, providing consistent expectations on procedures and responsibilities. With the custodial supervisor's oversight and monitoring of leaves, we found cases of misused sick time, comp time, as well as adjustments to contracted schedules and times. We worked with HR and payroll to standardize sign-in sheets and leave paperwork to assist with accurate timekeeping. Upon the supervisor's initial site visits, they realized chemicals were being misused, as well as unauthorized chemicals on site, which is a violation of the Healthy Schools Act. Our custodial supervisor team implemented proper chemical usage and dilution ratio training for the custodial staff district-wide to comply with the Healthy Schools Act and standardized cleaning methods. The custodial supervisor team held a summer professional development seminar at Bingwang Elementary, where all custodians participated in specialized training provided by industry experts. The custodians benefited from this extra training, and the results were noticeable with cleaner facilities, with some even saying this to be the cleanest start in years. These specialized trainings and summer professional development seminars have become a crucial part of the M&O incorporation of the site custodians and have improved the overall cleanliness and safety for students, staff, and the community. Having a custodial supervisor team to provide professional custodial guidance, industry-leading professional development, and accountability allows the principal more time to support student achievement. You will hear more about how the team will improve the overall quality of the district on the next slide about the 5-star inspection. Here's Custodial Supervisor Mr. Mejia.
Thank you, Mr. Candelaria. Good evening, Board. I will be discussing the 5-star criteria inspections and how we use data to improve service. The 5-star criteria inspection is a way to improve the overall quality of our district facilities. Whereas we've already completed over 300 inspections. These inspections will provide qualitative data to help drill down in finding opportunities to improve cleaning of our schools. We are in the beginning phases of this process and continue to study and adjust as needed. I am proud to say the 5-star inspection process has been noticed by other districts and has been recognized as an industry-leading process. We use each 5-star inspection, which is now in digital format, to share our findings with site custodians, administrators, and M&O management. This tool standardizes the work that our custodial teams are providing and gives clear direction to make our schools a clean and safe learning environment ready for our students. This also allows us to recognize our custodial team when they are performing at a higher standard and to provide the custodial supervisors with data to implement specific professional development. Studies show a clean and well-maintained learning environment can positively impact student test scores between 5 to 17%, with the principals focusing primarily on education and M&O focusing on keeping our schools clean and maintained. We can move together synergistically to improve student achievement. And now I'll be turning it back over to Mr. Precy, who will be going over our next steps.
So I'm going to be closing this out, but I do see that there's a couple of questions. Not sure if we want to do the questions now. Okay, I'm good with that.
Be at the end, sir.
All right, so I'll go ahead and end it out. Thank you. The process for knowing that we're short on time, I also wanted to make sure that we end this presentation on how I started it, talking about plan, do, study, and adjust, PDSA. This is a new process. It's in its infancy stage, and with any new process, you have to see that process through and allow it to mature and allow the team to evolve, incorporate adjustments, refine the process, implement changes, study the results, focus on those improvements, and then re-implement. And that's what we're continually doing. So as we're going through, performing our inspections, we're seeing where opportunities lie, what are the needs of each individual custodian. So prior to this group, it was an annual inspection that was done once a year. Not good enough. We did have some clean schools, not so clean schools, some good areas within a site and not so good areas. This process here is allowing us to drill down to find out exactly what space. So we can see by wing, by restroom, we can provide all this information if requested. Every single inspection has been saved, compiled. All the data is being summated into another spreadsheet. We're going to be able to do our tracking and trending. This is our baseline year. So we've established where we're starting, and we know where we need to go to improve. This will improve our facilities. This will get our schools cleaner. And with that, I'll turn it back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Precy and team. We'll go ahead and go with our questions now and start with Dr. Flores.
Yes, thank you very much for being here. It's a big job. I know cleaning schools is very, very important, and it takes a lot of effort. I appreciate it very much. So I would like to start and ask each presenter a few questions. Ms. Garcia? So just to clarify, we had 18 vacancies, and now they're being filled, or are they all filled?
Correct. We held interviews. Tentative offers are in the process of being extended, but yes.
Okay. So that's the total amount of vacancies that we've had. Are there more vacancies?
So we have in our records 4 additional ones, and those are scheduled within the next couple of weeks.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Those are we have 4 remaining custodial vacancies. Those are scheduled in the next couple of weeks.
And how many custodians do we have in the district?
Total 218, if I'm not mistaken.
218. And how many subs?
I do not have that number handy. I don't know if Ms. Jenks.
Well, I have a couple other questions too. Okay. Well, that was the one I had. Okay. The next one is for Ms. Jenks. Okay. How many substitutes do we have, and how many more are needed?
So currently, right now, we have approximately 60. The 60 are working and are in long-term assignments. That does not include any substitutes that we do have are hiring that are not working consistently, but we have about 60 that are working consistently
60?
right now.
Okay. And on a daily basis, how many custodians call out sick?
On a daily basis, our average is between about 35 and 40. I know last Friday we had high numbers, so it was about 35 that had went unfilled just due to shortage of subs.
Oh, but I thought we had 60 subs.
Yes. However, we have other assignments that those subs are in, and so if there's additional call-offs or absences, we may not have enough to cover on the back end because the other subs are already working.
That's problematic. Short on staff. That's what you mean by short on staff. Okay. So that means we need more subs.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And do we have a call out for more subs?
Existing right now, my team, we received about 7 applications last week for the Personnel Commission. Of the 7, we have 5 people that are interested, and so they are currently going through the background process right now.
And how many of our custodians are from the community? The total custodians? Do you know that?
I do not know exactly how many are from the community. If that is some information that you would like for me to get to you, I can provide it to Dr. Funches.
I think we probably need to be more aggressive in recruitment of subs because if 35 were unfilled, that's not good. Because I get calls from teachers or techs that their classrooms are not being cleaned and they're having to clean them and they're not happy. and they're, I get a lot of calls and a lot of, because I taught a lot of the teachers, so they'll text me and they have my texts. And so that's problematic. Okay, that's good. I have another question. How do you coordinate with Mr. Castillo?
And his team in the filling
Right.
of assignments. So what happens, there's 2 different ways. When we have vacant positions, those automatically go into our Smart Find Express system, which is the automated system that calls subs. We do not rely on the Smart Find Express system to call subs and bring them in. My team has a system of where we utilize both systems. We are hand calling like we have done before in years, and then we are also utilizing the Smart Find Express. If we are not receiving people to pick up the calls, then we will hand call and or vice versa. And so directly with Maintenance and Operations Department, I work more closely with the custodial supervisors because they're out in the field more. So they are checking the Smart Find Express system. We're checking it in Human Resources, and then we are coordinating either by phone or text or email between our staff just to identify what our most prioritized needs are, and we dispense subs accordingly.
So we really are short of staff. And a lot of these how many of the 18 were subs that we're hiring?
I would say, and this is just a rough estimate, I think from the last interviews, I may have seen possibly 6 or 7, which is great for our substitute workforce. However, once they are hired, then we now have to go back out to kind of replenish those positions.
So how many subs, I'll ask again, can you guesstimate we need? You say we have 60? How many more do we need?
I would say a safe guesstimation is if we could attract and be able to hire approximately 60 to 70 more.
60 or 70 more than what we have now?
In addition to what we have, yes.
In addition to 60. And we have the funding for that? We have the budget allocation for that?
I believe we do, just from some of the presentations I heard this evening, I believe we do, but I can work with fiscal just to confirm that.
I would hope so. Okay, I would hope that we have it. Okay. All right, thank you. And then
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Castillo.
May I just add one thing, Dr. Flores, regarding the questions you had for Ms. Jenks? So one thing that we talked about, in fact, we just had the conversation earlier today, had to do with vacancies and staffing and how we're continually chasing our tail with trying to fill these vacancies. And, and some of our folks, they've been in this district working as a custodian and promoted since to custodial supervisor for 32 years. And they had mentioned that ever since we've been in this constant chasing of these positions. So we thought, you know what, let's break this process because the process isn't working for us. So let's get ahead of it. We know that the custodial is a volatile position. It's an entry-level position. People move into that, and then they move into other areas, which is great. We really appreciate being able to promote them in.
I'm wondering if the criteria for selection is too high. because people need work. So what would be the middle ground? I'm just, thinking out loud. I mean, I'm not saying do it. I'm just, do we have to revisit the criteria for hiring and so that we adjust it? I'm just, and how do you do, I don't know how you do it, but you guys do. You know how to do it, and also the Personnel Commission would know how to do it. But just food for thought, if we need more people, maybe it's too high, right? Or maybe because I know people want to work, and we know we have good people in our community that can work. So that's just a comment. And the challenges that you said, was that the custodians did not have oversight from M&O, right? Just the site administrators. Well, I think that's important. I think they need to know what they have to do and so forth. But I also think that during the day, they should have a supervisor. And you all, how many schools do you each have that you supervise? How many? 8? 11? That's impossible. You can't be at 11 places. But the principal is at that site. So, and I've been getting concerns from teachers, and then the site principals say they can't do anything about it because they report to you guys. So why couldn't you have the site principals, supervise them during the day, and then the night ones, are supervised by you all, right? Because nobody's there. And maybe that's just a solution, possible solution, because, how long does it take you to respond to a principal that has a concern if you have 11 schools? I'm just thinking of logistics, right? To me, that's an impossibility, right? Maybe you get to him or her 3 days later. That's not efficient. It's not effective, My dad was Navy. I always say this, and he was a disciplinarian, and he wanted things done, immaculately, because, the Navy guys, right? They have to be immaculate and perfect. And so, if that's what we aspire to, the 5-star, right, of having immaculate places, you can't have just someone that supervises 11 schools be there to, monitor, everybody. It's just, to me, incomprehensible. I'm just saying, and I've seen these guys, some of them are nodding their heads, some of them aren't, but anyway, I don't know who you are, but I see it in your eyes. But anyway, that's a question that I pose to you. Maybe that might be a possibility.
And Dr. Flores, we actually do have that in process right now. So principals can task their custodians as it is right now with the process.
But
that was part of what Joe was mentioning. We reiterated that again in our fall conference. It was mandatory for all principals to attend, and we did let them know that.
Custodians know that?
Custodians do know that as well.
Well, there's some miscommunication. So better get on board, everybody. Okay, I think that's it. And thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Vice President Tillman.
Just thank you for a great presentation. I appreciate the presentation. How much do we pay our starting custodian?
I believe the step one for a custodian one is 17 and some change.
So, I hire people now, so I already know you're gonna have challenge hiring people for $17. Man, even if you had enough money to hire how many you want to hire, it's gonna be a hard time hiring people right now. It's a tight labor market. I know I was talking earlier, somebody said that's unacceptable. You still no, the reality we all live in, when you guys go out and do the recruitment, you're happy to get the recruits, and then you're even happier when they show up for the interview, and then you're even happier when they show up for work. Because I see them drop out at every level, and I'm sure you guys do too. And my people pay a whole lot more money. I'm paying automated systems techs starting at $28 an hour, and I have a hard time finding them. And then they're getting offers from other places. I've never seen it like this before. I've been in the business for 42 years, never seen it where I offer somebody a job, and they say, "Can I get back to you because I got some more offers?" First time I ever seen it ever. So we're in a different time right now. It's totally unprecedented. And I see you guys, you're going through the same thing I'm going through. And I want to say thank you to Ms. Garcia and Ms. Jinks. I've been here long enough to know that I have an appreciation for the Personnel Commission and the district working together. That should be a big round of applause because, and we're fortunate to have that at this time right now because that is critical. I mean, the statements you ladies made earlier was literally music to my ears, just to hear how we're collaborating and working together and expediting things. And I'm sure for you folks who are benefiting from those employees, you're appreciative of them and you don't take them for granted. The work you guys are doing is just, you ladies are doing is truly amazing. So I thank you for your work. And I heard the question about how many more custodians we need. I'm assuming that we have some idea, Mr. Sullins, if we want to increase adding more, even though there's going to be a challenge of hiring. And even from the talk I'm hearing, you're saying that with the vacant positions that you had, you made some offers. We're going to hope they show up. But it's even hard filling the positions that we have vacant right now, right?
So I've said this to the team behind me as well. Permanent positions that offer benefits and all of that are more desirable. And so those are easier to fill. So the 18 vacancies that we recently had interviews for, those we're successful in recruitment.
Right.
It is also the substitute pool where, you know, work is not always guaranteed. You don't get the benefits. People don't want to leave their regular jobs elsewhere to come here and do every now and again work as a substitute.
So has there been any thought of resident subs the way we do teachers?
So those would be considered permanent positions,
Right.
because they would be, and if we were to consider that route, then I would suggest custodian permanent positions versus, you know,
That's what I'm talking
residents.
about. And
Right.
use them as floaters, as people call.
Correct.
Have we talked about that?
We did talk about it, and maintenance and operations and human resources, the personnel commission is considering going.
So to Mr. Sullins, I really think that the board should, and Dr. Rodriguez, we should get an estimate of what it would cost to convert these subs to full-time positions. Just to see it when we start looking at expending money, but that would be a fix because you're right. If you offer the position with full-time benefits, people will be more apt to work, and you already know that you have the need because you know how many subs you're using every day. So to call it a sub is really a misnomer because you really know you have a need for that many more people every day. So why not hire them full-time and just know you'll have a group that are afloat and fill in positions for the ones that don't work. And we have the model, Dr. Fuentes, with the resident sub teachers. So,
And I think Mr. Precy was going to talk about that here.
Yeah, I was going to say
He was
that's
gonna-
exactly what we
Right.
talked about as a team today. You know, that's where I talked about breaking the process because, you know, we're continuing down the same thing and doing the same thing, but we're expecting a different result. And that's exactly what we said. We know we have these vacancies every day. We know we have these call-offs every day, and we know we have this vacancy factor. We have our budget that's not being expended because we have all these positions that are open.
Exactly.
Well, let's turn that around. Let's fill those vacancies with permanent positions because interim, nobody wants to come here on an interim basis and leave a full-time job. So we need to convert those to permanent positions, look at our vacancy factor, cut that vacancy factor down, reallocate those funds that are going unspent anyways, put them into permanent positions and start filling these. So this way we have consistent workforce. And then we're dealing with call-offs, but we can work with call-offs as long as we can fill all these vacancies.
you guys will get something back to us on that moving forward
Exactly.
with that.
Yeah, that's something that we're talking about. And I think all of our groups, we're buying into that concept.
Thank you all for your work. I appreciate all of you. Want you guys to stay with our district, and we don't take you for granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Rosales Medina.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation, and as well, thank you so much for your service. And it's great to see many faces here. I see several individuals who have been working in our district for a very long time and who are really dedicated to our schools and our students and our families, because it is also part of the building the relationships. It's not where they're just going to the sites, it's also connecting with students and families. For me, when I heard the word, it's like on call, I already know that's going to be a struggle in itself. And then now that I'm hearing $17 an hour and with no benefits, so definitely an area we want to help. And I definitely do support that as well, because just the fact that it's on call, you're not going to really entice many people with that are earning that amount of money with no benefits. I know benefits for many individuals is key, and that includes health care and everything else. So for them and their families, so whatever I can do to support that, I will do that. And I'm not sure exactly how, Mr. Tillman, I think you've spoke to Mr. Sullins. Is that a process where we just come to a consensus and direct the district to go ahead and move in that direction, or is that part of the commission, personnel commission, that they end up deciding when it comes to, for instance, the benefits and the pay increases and so forth?
So that's a board decision?
Okay.
Yeah.
I definitely do support that. And again, thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Ceballos?
I'm not going to repeat everything that's already been said. First of all, thank you so much for the presentation and all of your hard work. I just have some clarifying questions for myself. What is the minimum requirements currently to apply for a custodian one?
So we are currently screening for 1 year of experience and a high school diploma. For our substitute pool, and since we're going to be opening recruitment, we usually don't look for the experience or education. We kind of lax it so that we can increase that pool, but 1 year for permanent work, 1 year of experience in high school diploma.
And so to kind of follow up on that question, do you oversee, based off of the new recommendations to kind of have your own pool, do you foresee any issues with hiring based off of those requirements?
So we are, to fill permanent positions, we are not struggling in that area. It's our substitute pool that
Got it.
we
Okay.
struggle with.
Thank you. And then as far as supervision, so did it used to be that custodians were supervised by their school sites, and now it's transitioned to all custodians being supervised by how many of you, 8 managers? Is that?
Yes, that's correct. So during previously, the site administrators oversaw all site custodians, day and evening. Now there is a shared dotted line reporting structure for the oversight of site custodians.
It kind of got absorbed by the district.
Yes,
Okay.
by the maintenance department.
Just clarification, previously before that, M&O did have oversight, so it's gone both ways.
Okay. Okay, perfect. And I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Dowdy Rogers?
Just wanted to thank you all for coming out tonight. We appreciate you, all that you do. And one very important thing that stuck out for me is that you also connected your work to academic achievement. And so thank you for that, because ultimately we know that morale in our students and everyone going in and out of our classrooms and on our campuses, it is a huge thing for them. So thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Ms. Garcia, what do you think about the probability of not requiring the 1 year experience for subs? Because perhaps maybe we have a big pool of our own students who graduated from San Bernardino City Unified School District that could be in a pathway for becoming, custodians or nutrition, in our nutrition centers, or being cafeteria workers. I mean, what do you think about that? Is that possible?
That is possible, and we do do that already. And so our substitute recruitments that are substitute focused, we're not looking or screening for the 1 year of experience so that we can increase that pool.
And what about permanent ones?
Permanence is a requirement to have the 1 year of experience in the high school diploma as a requirement for entry.
So would the sub, 1 year as a sub qualify?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I would highly recommend that if we could do that. That would be really, because I'm sure some of our students who are graduates would apply. Yeah. Thank you.
And just one little correction on the salary is $18.17 per hour.
For starting?
Yes.
What's the top? Does anybody know?
23 and some change.
That's the top for a custodian?
For custodian 1, the level 1.
For custodian 1.
Yes.
And how many steps are there for custodian?
For substitute custodian, Ms. Jenks?
No, for regular.
Oh, for regular? 6.
And what's the top tier?
23 and some change.
Oh, she means there's a custodian 2
At the top
or
of
3.
6.
Oh, I'm sorry, because we have custodian 1, 2, 3, 4,
Right.
5.
So she's saying what's
At the very top.
Custodian 5.
Yeah.
And what's
how
that
much do they
pay?
We'll get that information to the board
Oh,
when
okay.
it's available, sorry.
All right, so
Just say it's a
I
lot.
just think about what Mr. Tillman said, that I think the starting pay is very low. Yeah, that's what I think. So-
But I agree with her. It sounds like the solution is make them all full-time, and you can hire them. That's what we
Instead
should
of
do.
subs.
Yeah.
Good solution,
I mean-
I agree.
You can
Thank
still
you.
call them subs, but they're going to be resident subs like we do with the teachers,
Correct.
and hire them full-time with benefits. Thank you.
All right, team. Well, first of all, thank you again for being patient and the many questions that you were able to field. I will say this, your job is extremely important to us and our district. I'll tell you what, I'm one who loves things neat. So I came from a military family as well. And if my room wasn't neat, I mean, everything, you just name it. So thank you for all that you do. We know you need help. We want to support you in getting that help however we can. Because again, first impressions to me, when we walk up to our schools is everything. So, yes, ma'am.
I'd just like to provide a little clarification. So our top custodian, we do not have any in these classifications, but the top paid custodian as a custodian 5 at step 6 is $31.47 an hour. And so that is, obviously after a year of passing probation and then annual increases after that.
Alexis,
How long
if
would
you
that
don't-
take to get there?
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, Alexis, if you don't mind, maybe just, because we don't have any 4s or 5s, if you could just share what the custodian 3 is, because we actually have people in custodian 3, we don't have them in 4s or 5s. So if you can just show 3.
So step 1 for custodian 3 is $22.11. And after they pass a 6-month probation, they go to $23 an hour. And then annually, they complete the other steps, $23.93, $24.88, $25.90, and topping out at $26.90.
My question is, how many years would it take me to get there?
5 or 6 years.
Is there a reason why we don't have a custodian 5 or 6 or whatever highest was?
I'm sorry?
Is there a reason why we don't have anybody capped out at like the custodian 5?
We haven't had incumbents in those positions in some years. And so the highest level that we have is at a custodian 3 supporting at school sites. We just have not had 4s and 5s for some time.
And is that because people just don't stick around? I mean, is there a reason why they don't get to that level?
Earlier, they promote to other positions, right?
So just for the sake of time and clarity, we can provide you additional information
Thank
about
you.
that in our Friday update in regards to the different classifications and how the history behind that.
Thank you.
That'd be
Thank
good
you.
to know, because I think I've met custodians that have been here for a long time, so I guess that's why I'm asking. All right, folks, again, thank you. I know it's late in the evening, almost approaching morning, so we appreciate your time and again, your dedication to our organization, students and staff and families. We will move on to date for board study session, which is 9.2. And I guess that's a discussion.
Night, thank you.
Yep. Mr. Tillman?
So you saying study session, you mean either to do the budget
I
thing
think
or?
it was the budget,
Yeah, okay, I'm
special
all-
budget meeting.
I'm all for that. Sooner the better.
All right, well, let's find a date if we can. That would be nice.
I agree.
Now, we're going to do two different special board meetings, because this would be a special board meeting, right?
How long would that take, probably, Mr. Solon? Do you have an idea at all? Well, I know, with the way we ask questions, just add an hour.
You said what I was going to say.
Yeah.
No, it's typically our board budget study sessions have taken anywhere from 2 to 3 hours.
Arrive earlier, is that what you're referring to? Is that what we're going to do?
Well, my concern was that we did put off the CAS presentation. I didn't know if we could knock
Yes.
them both out in one night. It would probably be a normal board meeting if we did that, so
No, we
it's
can't do that.
probably gonna have to be two separate meetings, so.
I was going
This
to
one
think
was
of,
first, yeah.
there's two different sessions. Okay.
Let's start looking then. I mean, if we're gonna go on Tuesday nights, I don't wanna beat our record of 9 nights in a row, but, Tuesdays in a row, but we need to
Fortunately,
get
we
these
have done that before.
I know, that's why I'm saying that. We gotta get them done. All right, is everybody available next, Tuesday, 27th?
I won't be here. My sister's having an operation.
Let's keep going to the 4th, the 11th.
Board, we have on 11th.
President Wyatt?
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't have to be on a Tuesday, a
You're
special
right, I
board
know.
meeting,
I'm just trying to keep
Just-
it consistent.
in case you don't want to go too far out.
Right, because the thing is that we want to definitely, when it comes to the education portion,
Right,
we
we
want
do
to
have
do
some
it
serious
as
issues at
I'll
hand.
be back on Thursday.
Okay, well, let's back up then.
Oh, but
Today's
there's
the
an
20th.
event. The 29th, the 20,
Thursday's the 29th.
There's
Oh, the
events.
29th,
28th, anybody available 28th? Is that back to back
I'm
though?
available
I'm not available.
on the 28th or 29th?
I'm available the 29th.
That's a Thursday, no? Okay.
How about the 11th of October?
I'm available.
I'm available.
I'm available.
I'm available, yeah.
Ms. Miles? All right, can we schedule the 11th of October, please?
When?
Shall we look for our
Ms.
CAS
Rogers?
presentation as well?
Dr. Rogers, I'm sorry. The 11th, October the 11th, you're okay?
Can we do it, I know we have a meeting on the 4th. Can we do it on the 6th?
Why don't we do it?
We'll try to build it into our regular.
Yeah, regular
agenda.
meeting, but only schedule that.
Hopefully, yeah, we could build that into our regular agenda.
October 4th, yeah.
Yep, we
The
will
CAS,
look at-
yeah.
Yes.
Or the 18th, depending on,
No, that's too far out.
We'll look at what we have for our normal reports on there, and we'll build it into one of the two, hopefully the 4th, though. That would be obviously
That works,
preferable.
that would work.
Yeah, so you're
Fourth
saying
would
leave it
work,
on
yeah.
our normal meeting, right? And then you're
And if
gonna
that's the
just
only
kind
rep-
of scale
report,
back.
yeah.
That's good.
Whatever else is there, we
That
gotta
keeps
get
it
that
in
one done.
continuity.
I was looking at it, we definitely need to get that one
and
done.
Dr. White, that's contingent on, sometimes you have mandated.
I know, that's why I was asking. I don't know
So
what
my
those
only
are.
point is, if there's something on there that's big, that's mandated,
We'll, no, we'll check
all
soon
right, then
enough.
we won't do it
As
then.
soon- yeah.
We do it the next meeting. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
but
you.
we need to make it top priority, which I think we have. All right, let's go ahead and move forward.
And then, Dr. White, just one quick
yes,
question.
ma'am.
So then the following, the earliest for the academics will be the 18th? Is that
No, I
what you-
thought the 4th.
No, you said, okay, are you saying the 4th is the budget workshop? I'm talking about the other meeting, the
Budget
academic.
workshop is 11th.
Dr. Rogers.
So the 4th is going to be,
That's what I would like.
okay,
That's our next meeting, right?
okay.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
our
no,
next
because I
meeting.
heard her
That
say
would be
we're gonna
better, I
stay with
think.
the standard and scale it back. But we're saying we're scaling it back for the budget workshop or for the academic workshop?
Academic.
Okay, because we went back and forth right now. We
Sorry,
just-
so the clarification is we would like to be able to have the academic presentation at a regularly scheduled board meeting, and then we would just limit the additional presentation so that we can solely focus on the academics.
The 11th is going to be
Or-
the.
Is
oh,
I mean, the
for
budget.
just the
That's-
budget,
that's what I
correct.
Mr. Solon.
Just a point of order, I think that makes the most sense because if there are
Right.
priorities that come from the academic presentation, that will carry
Build into
forward to the budget conversation.
Absolutely. All right, sounds like we're in agreement. Thank you very much. 10.0, reports and comments. 10.1, board members. And we will start, it looks like, with Dr. Daddy Rogers. And folks, I will hold you to 5 minutes.
I never go over.
Thank
no,
you,
not
Dr.
really.
Daddy Rogers. But I'm just letting you know.
Real quick then, I do want to say I saw some good communication out with our San Bernardino PD, the Million Follower March. I think it was at Wilson or somewhere. That was great. I saw the encouraging dads. I want to send a shout out to Teens Make the Teen Music Workshop in Soul Point. Did an amazing job over at the Orange Show with under the leadership of Mr. Weens, and I am hoping that we are definitely supporting them when we look at additional supports, because those youth are making us look amazing all over the city, opening for the Temptations, Tierra, they're just doing some amazing things. I also want to say our Symphony Guild has been supporting the docent program, has been supporting the district for quite some time, and I definitely would like to see them recognized somewhere soon here in the future. You could put that down. And then also principal support, I think we talked about that tonight, but I did have a note on that. And principal support meaning, when we get ready to have our conversation about health and safety, very, very important that we find out what those needs are. I would like to also ask for consent around, you saw a communication update that came to us looking at the all-day kinder, and also consent on those PE support teachers. That was also in our board update, and I definitely would like to see if we can get consent to talk about those items. That's something that came up with our teachers, and definitely under our mental wellness effort to support our students as well as our staff. So if we can just make a note of those, I'd appreciate it, and I believe that is all I have.
Dr. Dowdy Rogers, were you asking for consensus?
Yes,
And
or I'm
what was
sorry,
that on?
did I say consent? Yeah,
Well, 'cause
consensus
we
on
say
those.
that, but we don't
Yes,
do it.
consensus on those two items, and if you need to look at them again, they did come in. I don't know if Dr. Funches, you want to weigh in any information on that, but he did give us the dollar amount, and that was a urgent concern that came to us.
Dr. Rogers, you want to agendize it? Is that what you want
Yes.
to do? Okay. And can
yes.
you repeat the two items?
So the items are the all-day kinder. Apparently, there's still some.
Support for all-day kinder.
Yes.
I gave two different recommendations, one using student interns and the other one using instructional aides.
Absolutely. So I would like
Would
that.
support that.
And then the other one is PE
right?
staff,
Yeah.
yes, to help support a twofold, getting our little ones back out to be able to have that mental time, and then as teachers to also have that opportunity for them to, make that transition, grade papers, do the things that they need to do.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Ms. Rosales Medina.
And just to point out that I would support that, so I know you were asking for consensus.
Oh, I'm sorry.
so,
Yeah, we probably should go.
Yes, so I would support both
I
items.
will support it. Mr. Vice President Tillman, Ms. Ceballos.
I support that too, yeah.
All right, consensus is granted. We'll go ahead and move forward with that.
Okay, great, thank you. So then, the reality is that there's a lot of things going on with the school district when it comes to the bathroom issues of it being closed on certain campuses. I do really want to look at maybe creating a bathroom policy just to make sure that we're setting some guidelines. And then of course, I'm not sure if that would consider consensus, or we just send it to the board policy committee so that they can look at what can we do, which also includes female hygiene products that we need to ensure in all bathrooms as well. That should be included within that. So that way we can have a standard. From what I'm hearing is that there are certain sites that do. They are listening and making sure that they're keeping the bathrooms open, but while maybe there may be some campuses that are not doing so. So how do we assure that everyone is doing what's needed? So that's one part. So the second piece is really using more of, and it seems like I know today was more on issues with our principals, and I know we do have communications to making sure that all of our principals are ensuring student safety, but we need to make sure that it's using student safety, but also common sense with certain aspects. If it's too hot outside, just be cautious and really be mindful of what's going on, what can be a health issue for students, and so that way we don't necessarily hear or see that there are some reports, and making sure that student safety is one of the top priorities when it comes to several aspects. One, of course, the bathrooms. The other is, I think it was with regards to the PEs and so forth. So I just want to make sure that we're clear with that and how we're communicating with our principals. The other thing is regarding the academics piece. I'm really excited that we're going to push forward with this, setting priorities, really examining what we have done in the past, but also re-envisioning what we can do in the future that will help our students academically. And I'm all for really being accountable and seeing the numbers the way they are, but also trying to find solutions and how we can always improve to making sure what's best for our students academically as well. So I just wanted to point that out, that I'm really excited that we're going to start setting those as priorities. And then again, the health and safety for our students. I know I know board members also feel the same way. How do we make sure that we're ensuring campus safety, student safety, and then that does not that includes the wellness, mental health wellness, and so forth. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Wyatt. I just wanted to share with the board, last Thursday, Dr. Rodriguez and I bought 20 dozen donuts, and on behalf of the board, I bought 10 dozen to thank M&O for their work, and Dr. Rodriguez represented the cabinet, to thank them for their work in heroic work for getting air conditioning, to our schools where it was failing. And then also, then when the rain came, the floods, and they were really happy. They were they didn't know what to do. But they were very gracious and wanted to thank all of us. So that was just a kindness on our behalf. And I got to talk to some of the employees, and our painters shared with me that they painted Riley and I think Bradley, and that they were very proud and they're ready to go and start painting more schools. So I know that we do have the funds to do that. So Mr. Sullins, thank you for doing that. They're ready to go. So I don't know, and I think Mr. Precy showed me plans of different ones, and I was really excited to see the possibility. So thank you so much. Also, board, I'd like to request agendizing consensus to agendize the discussion and action to increase the hours of rec aids to 4 or more, depending on what school sites have, because they may want to add more. But I would like to ask for consensus on that. Do I have consensus? Yeah.
Dr. Daddy Rogers, Ms. Rosales Medina. Yes on me. Vice President Tillman. Ms. Wiles?
Yes.
We have consensus.
Great. Also, I'd like to ask, I also would like to ask, Dr. Funches, how many CSOs do we have at our middle schools and high schools, and what are the vacancies? And, is it, I know you have a formula for it, and I think the bigger schools, I don't know if they need extra or not, because we have really big schools. I'd like to find that out again. I know you've done it before, but I would like to have that. I don't know if you. Okay.
This Friday.
Yeah. And then I wanted to share with the board that I participated in the Transportation Committee, and 3 options were presented. There was about, how many people on there? 37 or so on there from different stakeholders. However, a lot of people were missing, and I recommended that we get our middle school principals to weigh in and our high school principals to weigh in. The logistics are very, very difficult. The complexity is great. And Dr. Funches, thank you for leading that discussion. but we have a lot of work to do in terms of solidifying, all the logistics regarding our busing. And then I just wanted to give a shout out for the Hispanic month, and I wanted to share this book. It's 500 Years of Chicano History and Pictures, and there's another one, 500 Years of Women History, of Latino history. And of course, I love children's books. So this is Courageous History Makers, 11 women from Latin America who changed the world. It's Latinas and Afro-Latinas that are featured, and it's a great book. And it's 1 page per person, and you have Celia Cruz, of course, the famous Celia Cruz, who was infamous for her music and Afro-Latina. You have Frida Kahlo, and then you have Teresa Carreño, a pianist, and then you have Gabriela Mistral, the first woman poet Nobel Prize in Literature recipient, et cetera, et cetera. So our girls can see Latina and Afro-Latina women. So anyway, thank you so much. I made it.
Oh, you sure did, Dr. Flores, with a few seconds to spare. Vice President Tillman.
Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank the parents who responded with the concerns they had about the students sitting on the pavement and the concerns about the restrooms. And in the news story they did, I got calls from throughout Southern California, so I know people saw the segment that they ran. I did receive about 10 emails, and I want to thank Dr. Rodriguez and her staff for following up. And I did back and forth communication with some of the parents. I gave all of them but one my phone number and asked them to call me. I didn't get any phone calls, but I got from, I don't know, it was concerns from Airview, San Bernardino, Serrano, and I think one at Cajon. But it ended up being a good thing in terms of realizing what parents had issues and concerns. And, this board, and I told the reporter, we've been over backward to receive public comment. We're probably one of the few entities that still allows 5 minutes for public comment. And we placed the public comment early in the meetings because we really want to receive the public comment. And I know I'm not the only one that gives out my cell phone numbers to the public to call us when they have a concern. And I still feel that way. So we're going to have issues from time to time, and it's up to the district staff and the board to give direction to make sure that we solve the problems. And we're never going to stop doing that. There's going to be issues, and that's what our job is. So, Dr. Rodriguez, you didn't shy away from the issue, so thank you very much for the work that you did. I know we were talking sometime at 10 at night, but is that important? And in the end, we did the work. And we're going to continue to do that, and I just ask for the parents to continue to work with us because our goal is to help their students be as successful as possible. And I don't want problems to overshadow the work that a lot of our staff are doing in the district. And I'm not going to be ashamed to say that we need to be appreciative of the employees that are doing good work because it truly is an employee market right now. So I want to say thank you to all the staff that are out there doing the work. It's not always easy. I couldn't be a teacher in a classroom all day. I can tell you that right now. So I have a huge appreciation for the teachers and staff and employees that go in day in and day out with our students. And just know that we're going to continue to work to solve the problems. But don't lose sight that we're all in this together. And we're a team. And we all need each other. And the more we can do to work together in a constructive way, the better it is for our students. So I just encourage everyone to continue to have the relationships and mutual respect, and let's keep moving forward and doing the work that we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Ceballos?
Thank you. So I won't take too much time. I just wanted to follow up and ask about progress reports. I know that I had reached out to you, Dr. Rodriguez, about this. So it had been brought up to my attention that progress report schedules were changed for middle school sites to align with high school sites. I just want to follow up on that and ask, has that indeed changed? Did we provide, whether it was us, the board, or if it was somebody else who provided that direction, to change middle school progress reports to align with high school reporting schedules? And if it was approved, again, by who? And if it was approved by the board, to make sure that middle schools are abiding by that new direction, if that indeed is what the board directed. And then also, so I know that we postponed the CASP presentation, so I would like to request before, I guess now we changed it to the 4th, so maybe about a week before if possible, so I have time to kind of review. If I can get 5 years prior to 1920 school year, 2019, 2020, 5 years prior. So that would include the year 2018, 2019. So 2017, 2018, school year 2016, 2017, school year 2015, 2016, school year 2014, 2015. So all the way from 2014 to 2019, that's 5 years for CASP results. And then also STAR and Renaissance, which I believe that's what we were using, correct?
District.
So if you could just break it down to whatever sites were being used for those same 5 years. And then after the pandemic for year 2021 and 2022, again, it's included here, but if you could just provide it along with the NWEA as well. So for the NWEA, all 3 assessments that were done in the year.
We have a presentation on NWA next month exclusively. So we have all that data because the fall window just closed. So now we have the 2022 data that we can compare. So I can bring it during this presentation, but it will be very long. Or we can have it during the NWA presentation that we have also for October.
If you could just provide me with the information in advance, if you already have it, that would be great. That way, again, I would prefer to have it before the board presentations. A week before, that would be great if you have it already. And again, for the 2021-2022 school year, if it could be all 3 NWEA assessments that were administered that year, along with the CASP as well. Other than that, I don't think I have any more comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos, and I will go ahead and wrap up with mine, which I just had, and then my phone just closed. I thought Ms. Ceballos might say we did have our first ever ASB swearing-in ceremony, and for the mayor and secretary and I think vice mayor over at San Mario High School for Cardinal City, and I want to say thank you for Ms. Ceballos for being there, as well as our Senator Rosa Ochoa-Bo, who actually gave the oath of office to our students as well as our staff that were there. It was a wonderful ceremony and actually quite a long night again, as always, but our students and staff were up to the challenge. Thought Ms. Ceballos might say this one too, but she didn't because she's on their board for Fiesta Alencia. Did I get that correct? Excelencia Latina, but it was Fiesta Alencia, right? And they had their first annual celebration of parents that contribute to our schools. And so we had our district there as well, as we honored one of our parents and also an employee, right? I believe she is. And Laia Aboyetes. Abayetes, yeah, I love that name, beautiful name. Just wanted to compliment him. It was a wonderful event, absolutely just stunning and beautiful in its presentation. They knocked out of the park on that one. You know, we've heard this a lot already this evening, but I don't think we could reiterate it enough about our student achievement and, you know, our plan moving forward. I know we're going to have a presentation on that, and, you know, we've asked for updates continuously on that. So I'm really looking forward to our presentation on the CAS. I know, you know, the results there are probably not what we want, but it definitely gives us a baseline to move forward and to have a solid plan in place, because I expect our students to do well this year and our staff to help them reach that goal of excellence and growing in their learning. Did mention just a little bit on the side here to Dr. Rodriguez about the use of Narcan in our schools. I know that's you know, an interesting topic out there with fentanyl being prevalent in our city. I've seen our San Diego PD doing an amazing job of confiscating thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of fentanyl pills that have been coming through our city. So we know it's here within our city, which means our kids and our students are exposed to it, and our staff and our families, our entire community. It's probably the most dangerous drug I've ever seen in my life. And if having Narcan on our campuses and with our staff or our officers or nurses, whoever it may be, can save a life, then it is worth it. And I know we're going to look into that. Dr. Rodriguez had told me we're looking at a board policy for it. I already worked with actually Ms. Cunningham on looking at some board policies on CSBA. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham, for assisting me with that. So we have great examples already in place. With that being said, we have our Gangs of Drugs Task Force Summit coming up here. Dr. Daddy Rogers, you know the date? I'd have to look it up on my calendar, but I don't really want to look it up on my calendar. Here soon, actually at the PDC here for San Diego City Unified School District. Thank you to our district for allowing us to host it here. We will have a very amazing and just heartbreaking presentation on fentanyl use, and given by testimonies of parents who've lost children to that. And then we'll have our Chiefs panel and Students panel that will also be going over the issue in our community. You know, I heard Mr. Vice President Tillman and many of our board members tonight say thank you to our staff, to all of our staff for the hard work you do. You know, I don't want you to think it's not appreciated or noticed. It was great seeing a lot of our staff tonight and our students and our families being celebrated and honored and recognized. That really made my day, my week. I'll tell you, it's been a long time since we've seen that, and that was really heartwarming to me. And I also want to say, give a huge shout out and thank you to our AICs right now. You know, we were discussing this as a board, and you know, I really didn't conceptualize it until we talked about it a little bit tonight, and that you're actually not just being interim as our superintendent, but you're also covering 2 other vacancies. 3, so it's a total of 3 when we talk about the superintendent position. So, you know, when you think about how much work you're doing, it's literally like double the load for each and every one of you, and that is tremendous. It really is. So I don't want you to think that has not been discussed or known or acknowledged, but it has. So thank you to each and every one of you for doing that and, you know, taking on the additional responsibilities and workload. So again, we appreciate that. And then just one last note to, our student youth services, who's that under? Is that under Dr. Rodriguez? I was talking to the Gangs and Drugs Task Force Executive Committee, and I don't think we've had a student from San Diego City ever get a Gangs and Drugs Task Force scholarship. So I want to make sure when that comes out this year that we have a few students from San Diego City Unified School District apply so we can award them and acknowledge them for their hard work and their future. And that is my comments. Thank you.
And Dr. White, I'll take your 9 seconds. It's October the 19th.
All right, thank you,
At the PDC.
Dr. Rogers. Yeah,
8 o'clock.
I did not think I'd go close to 5 minutes, but I did, so I apologize. But I didn't ask hardly any questions this evening either. Let me just say that. I know it's no excuse, Ms. Tillman, but I still made my 5 minutes. All righty, I'll move on. That was good. To our 10.2 administrator in charge and staff.
Great,
Dr.
thank
Rodriguez.
you. Thank you, Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, and board members. This will be my last report as the administrator in charge for this month. I want to take a moment to thank all of you for your support, your understanding, and grace as we navigated very difficult times this month. I'd also like to thank Katrin, Karen, and Nicole for all the work that they've done behind the scenes to make sure that the district continues to move in a very positive way. At our next regular scheduled meeting, Dr. Funches will be sitting in this seat, and I'm certain that he's going to do a marvelous job, and we look forward to seeing him as our administrator in charge. And please know that all cabinet, we are one team, and we will work to support that Dr. Funches is successful during the month that he is the administrator in charge. Now to some updates. As you know, this is Hispanic Heritage Month, and so we will celebrate the month from September 15th to October 15th. We've launched a social media campaign to feature our local Latino community, and we will be featuring teachers, staff, community leaders, and some of our own board members. So please join us in liking on social media the posts that are presented. Also, COVID vaccines for employees. Governor Gavin Newsom lifted the mandate for school employees to provide proof of COVID vaccine or submit to testing effective September 15th. The district notified all staff of the change and lifted our district requirements. So it's nice to see that we're moving past some of the COVID restrictions that we had in place. As we've been moving forward, learning to live with COVID, more people are testing at home, which means that the data that we've had on our data dashboards is less accurate. So families don't always have to report their cases to the school anymore when they're calling in their attendance. And because of that, the dashboard is no longer accurate. We will be phasing it out. It has been posted on our website that it will be phased out. So I wanted to make sure that all of you knew and that the public out there watching knows. So some great news. So last week, 8 teachers from our school district traveled to the taping of the Kelly Clarkson show, where they had the opportunity to represent educators in a conversation with First Lady Jill Biden. During the taping, our teachers were presented with a $1,000 gift card to use for classroom needs. And the show will air on October 5th at 2 p.m. in recognition of World Teachers Day on NBC Channel 4. We appreciate the opportunities that Kelly Clarkson has presented to our staff. This isn't the first time that we've been able to take advantage of that opportunity. So thank you and shout out to them. Also, we have a shout out to Amazon. They made a huge donation to Monterey Elementary School. So that happened on Friday, September 9th. Amazon surprised students, staff, of Monterey Elementary with more than $100,000 of classroom supplies, technology, backpacks, and shoes. And I had the pleasure of going there and seeing the kids as they received their goodies. But more than that, the Amazon folks were able to give every single employee on that campus, a substitute teacher, office staff, teachers, custodians, health aides, cafeteria workers, they all gave them a smartwatch. So it was a Series 7 Apple Watch or a Galaxy Watch. And so that was really, really nice to see. Amazon has been very generous. And so over the last couple of days, the teachers were they were invited to submit small classroom projects to Donors Choose, with Amazon funding the first $300 of every project on a first come, first served basis for up to $125,000. And so while 4 districts are participating in this campaign, the district dominated the request. So I want to thank Ginger for her work on this as they were getting out this information. It's really amazing to be able to see the generosity that's coming out. So just in over 2 days, 264 teachers submitted projects, and more than 150 have already received an Amazon gift card, and 73 of those projects have been already funded. And so the campaign continues in December, and we expect most, if not all, to be fully supported. So thank you to Ginger and her team and the folks at Amazon and Donors Choose to be able to support our teachers. This Thursday at Vermont Elementary School, we will host a groundbreaking ceremony for a new soccer field that's being donated to the school by the McGuire family. They're 4 brothers who were former students of the school. This ceremony will start at 10 a.m., and it's a great opportunity to celebrate the community partnerships and the power of alumni as they make reinvestments in our schools. And so we want to congratulate Vermont, and we're so excited to have the students be able to see, get out there and play soccer. On September 22nd, which is this Thursday, we will have our American Indian Education Program. They will be hosting its 10th annual New Year Gathering and Family Night. The cultural celebration will feature keynote speaker Danny Trejo, along with other Native American celebrities. The event will be at the San Gregorio High School campus in the theater starting at 6 o'clock. I also want to acknowledge Cinder Weber for just the amazing job she does to be able to promote Native culture and the work that she does with our students, getting them to graduate from high school, and the partnerships that she builds throughout the city and this community. And then on Saturday, one of my favorite events of the year is the Mr. and Miss Cardinal City pageant. And so it will be at Sturgis Theater. Mr. Rios, this is like the day to shine, right? So he mentors and prepares the students to serve as ambassadors for Cardinal City and the district at large. And so it will be this Saturday night, and I think you have a ticket on your table in front of you. Also, last week I was able to attend a special presentation offered by the Latino Bar Association, where there was a reenactment of a local court case that helped to pave the way for civil rights movement at the federal level. That was Lopez versus Seacom. It brought to light some of the unjust practices at the Paris Hill Pool. We were able to take students from several of our high schools and one of our middle schools, and literally you could hear a pin drop as they were reenacting the case. And so what's so wonderful about having that experience is that students were able to see the civil rights movement happen here in San Bernardino, and how it was a springboard for future cases in Mendez versus Westminster and Brown versus Education. They were actually able to cite this case in those, it was a precedent. And then, let's see, a couple other things. I'd like to thank our principals out there, and you know, it's hard being a principal, it's hard being a leader. It's not easy. There's not a book that tells you how to be a principal. A lot of common sense, a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication. Our principals are really working very hard to make sure that our schools are safe and kids are learning. And as you know, we've had many new principals come on board. And so as we work with them and mentor them, we want to be able to show them the support that they need to flourish. And so I'd like to just take the time to acknowledge their hard work and dedication to this profession. Again, not easy being a principal at any level, but they do it, and we don't always get it right sometimes, but you know what? We keep trying, and we work very hard to make sure that we do the very best that we can to support the kids and the families of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. And we have some amazing events coming up this week. We actually really do. I mean, hopefully a number of us can make some of those. Some of us I know are double booked on certain nights, but I will try to make as many as I can this week and this weekend. We will move on to 11.0, mandated policy revisions. 11.1, mandated policy revisions. And let me see on this one here. It looks like we have a number of updated policies that we need to work on that will reflect the most recent mandates in state and federal laws. So I think that they do not require going to the policy subcommittee. It can be adopted on the first reading. So I think that update will be you, Dr. Rodriguez.
Correct. So we do have an update to Board Policy 6142.1, which is sexual health, HIV, AIDS prevention instruction. These revisions were made per Ed Code, Government Code, have been verified through CSBA Policy Maintenance and Gamut. So we go through a series of them. We will also be updating, as you mentioned earlier, the board policy around the use of Narcan. So that will be coming up within the next few weeks.
Fantastic. Is this a motion, action item?
First reading.
Okay. So we can't approve it on the first reading?
No.
Oh, we cannot?
Okay.
You can approve.
I thought
it.
we could.
do, we can,
Yeah, I was going to say it's a mandated one,
So
Mr.
moved.
Tillman. All right, I think it was actually moved by
Yeah, it was
Mr.
second,
Rosales
yeah.
Medina and then seconded by Dr. Flores. Discussion, Mr. Tillman, I see your light on.
I didn't know I thought we didn't pass it until the second reading.
No, on these, actually, you do not have to do that. That's what I was reading earlier on the mandated policy revisions. All right.
This is the last reading.
First and last, yes, sir. All right, if there's no other further discussion, been motioned and properly seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. Sorry, it's a little bit late in the evening. I'm going to try to get us out of here before the next day. try. Mr. Tillman says it's not going to happen. I don't know if I like that attitude, but we'll work hard on that. All right, motion carries. We're going to move on to 12.0 action items. 12.1, approval of personnel report number 5 dated September 20th, 2022, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
It's presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 12.2, district appropriations limit calculations for fiscal year 2021, 2022.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. We'll move on to 12.3, approval of unaudited actuals financial report fiscal year 2021 through 2022.
Moved. Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. Move on to 12.4, name change from PFMG Solar to Sunbeam Lease Company, LLC.
Moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 13.0, consent items. 13.1, approval of consent items.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any items to be pulled? All right, I guess it's just me tonight. I'll be pulling 13.18, 13.23, 13.28. All three of them are MOUs, contracts with San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools, which I am a paid employee. 13.18 has no cost, 13.28 has no cost, but 13.23 does have a cost.
Are we
So
able to bundle them together?
I was hoping, so that's why I put them all together.
Yes.
So I will have to remove myself from the voting and discussion, so I will turn it over to Vice President Tillman and return when you are done.
First of all, we pulled those items, so now we're going to vote on the ones that.
Oh, sorry, yeah. My apologies. So we did have a motion, second discussion, and now we'll vote on the consent agenda as amended. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Let's go ahead and vote. Did you get those? 1818232. Motion carries. I'll turn it over to Vice President Tillman.
Thirteen point 1A, memorandum of understanding with the San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools, K-12 Strong Workforce Program, no cost to the district.
So moved.
Second.
Vote, please. 13.23, ratification of the agreement with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, Medical Leaders of Tomorrow program, $9,040.
Moved.
Second.
Vote, please. $13.28, agreement with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools and give something back.
So moved.
Second.
Vote, please. Did I get someone to inform Dr. White? He can come back in. Thank you.
Can you move forward to the 4.14?
Review of board request.
We'll have our fabulous Ginger Ontiveros provide a recap of all the requests.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rodriguez and Mr. Tillman. So this evening, there were quite a few requests. I'm going to try to consolidate because some of them kind of overlapped, so please do let me know if you need me to separate some of those out. So during the public comments, there were some requests from board members to make sure that we followed up on the security concerns at Arroyo Valley High School, the concerns that were expressed at Del Vallejo Middle School, and also the concerns that came from Belvedere Elementary School. So I wanted to make sure that those were acknowledged. Also during the public comments, Dr. Barbara Flores encouraged administrators and the board to attend the Unforgettables Foundation Educational Conference on October 14th and to share that with our parents as well, or that opportunity with our parents through Parent Square also. Sorry, of course I'm going to, there we go. Then during the board presentation on the unaudited actuals, Mr. Tillman asked that there'd be a separate line that would show the unassigned budget that's left. And then Dr. Barbara Flores also asked that there be some line that would acknowledge what was the carryover from LCAP. There was also a request that we make sure that our administrators are ensuring that our teachers get the things that they need in their classrooms, and that if additional funding is needed, we should be looking to the district to help provide that. There was a request from Mr. Tillman that we would establish a board committee to monitor the expenditures of ESSER funds. That was also echoed by Dr. Barbara Flores. There was a request from from Mr. Tillman that we would share information to refresh the board's awareness about positions that were planned for school sites using LCAP ongoing funds. Dr. Barbara Flores and Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would provide specific details on the plan for spending the $109.9 million that's left in the ESSER 2 funds that are set to expire by September of 2023. And Mr. Tillman asked that we would prioritize spending those down rather than just simply encumbering them. Then Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would consider using the ESSER 3 funds to revisit facility needs, especially for safety and security. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would consider a special presentation about campus security and safety. Dr. Barbara Flores and Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers asked that we would ensure that the details of the budget plans are included in the study session so that the board will know exactly how the unspent funds are planned to be spent down before the expiration dates. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked for some clarity about how those expenditures tie to intended outcomes, especially for academic outcomes. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would consider supporting professional development in our expenditure plans and encouraging conference attendance for employees. Dr. Barbara Flores also asked that we would provide the information about the number of custodians and subs who live actually in this community. Dr. Flores asked also that we would hire additional substitute custodians or consider adjusting the employment standard to make it easier for local residents to get jobs. And I know that that was also tied to a request to consider how we might reach out to new graduates of the school district to get them involved in employment with us. There was a request from Mr. Danny Tillman, also echoed by Dr. Barbara Flores and Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina, that we get an estimate for what it would cost and consider hiring our subs as full-time employees in the custodial space. Mr. Scott Wyatt asked that we, or sorry, Dr. Scott Wyatt asked that we would provide additional information about the custodians 4 and 5 so that we could understand why there aren't any current employees in those roles. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked that we would recognize or find a way to recognize the Symphony Guild for their support to the district. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked that we would, and requested consensus, and it was granted that we would agendize a discussion about support for all-day kindergarten classes, as well as a second discussion where consensus was received around additional support for PE classes. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would consider establishing a policy to define expectations about student access to restrooms. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina also asked for information or details about how the district is responding to the new law about providing menstrual products in restrooms. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that the campus and student safety, asked for an update about campus and student safety, including how we're integrating mental health supports or mental wellness supports into that space. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would have asked for consensus, and that was given to have a discussion about increasing rec aides to a minimum of 4 hours assignments.
Ms. Ontiveros,
Yes.
it's not just discussion, but action.
Okay. Got that. Dr. Barbara Flores then asked if we would provide a report for the number of CSOs that are assigned to each one of the secondary schools. And Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we provide an update on the status of shifting progress reports to align high schools and middle school schedules for providing those progress reports. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked for prior years of CASP or STAR data for 5 years prior to COVID. You gave the specific years. I captured those from starting with 14-15 through 18-19, and then also to add that comparison from 2021-22. And then you'd also like, as part of that data, the NWEA results for all 3 assessments that were from this last year.
Yeah, so not or, both. STAR and reading, STAR and Renaissance in addition to CASP for the previous 5 years.
Dr. Scott Wyatt then asked for us to consider a policy for providing Narcan in our schools in order to protect students from fentanyl overdoses. Dr. Scott Wyatt asked that we would encourage students from SBCUSD to apply for the Gangs and Drugs Task Force scholarships this year, and I think that was all of them.
All righty, Ms. Ontiveros, thank you so much for that very comprehensive list. Before we adjourn this evening, folks, I just wanted to, I apologize for not mentioning this in my board comments earlier. I would have ran out of time. Just kidding. That our Richardson Prep was recognized again as a National Blue Ribbon School, so congratulations to them and Principal Jenny Batir and her team. So just wanted to say that before we end our evening and almost morning, and then thank you to our staff that are still here with us for hanging in there. We appreciate you. And to all our folks out there, let's continue to support one another, our community, our staff, and our students. And it's going to take all of us to keep this, keep us moving forward and to keep us safe as well. So all of us will go home this evening. Safe travels, and may God bless you all. Good night.
So moved.
We've moved, and second to adjourn. Good evening.